Hello. Good morning. How are you guys? Sorry, I'm laughing because as it's counting down the time, I'm sitting here playing with my heating pad and it's like making all sorts of like weird crinkly noises. I'm going to stop now. Anyway, hello. Happy Memorial Day to those of you who are here in the US. I hope you are having a good day. If this is a day of a special significance to you, I wish you and yours well. If you are just taking the holiday to relax and barbecue or just stay home and read, I got you covered. Yeah, I have all sorts of fun things for us. I mean, you may have fun things for us. If so, let me know. But yeah, I just got back from a trip and I had a wonderful time visiting my mother. I realized I never showed you anything from the trip that I had gotten. My hair is sticking out. I never showed you anything that I got on the trip before my last trip. Um, where I went to St. Louis. So I have stuff from there. I have like random family related stuff. It's going to be a good time. I have tea, I have pens, I have really cute penguin cup covers. This is literally just a cover because I don't know about you, but I have this issue all the time that goes over your cup. Like, I think in theory, to keep the heat in from your tea, because you can like even press it down and make like a little suction and then you have a cute little star to pull it up with. Um, but I got it for when I have my water cup outside because, bugs like to just land in your drink. Anyway, I thought it was cute, a little penguin holding a star. Aww. Um, so I have that. I have things that I got from my mother's neighbor. I have letters from the 1930s that were written to my great grandfather. That's going to be a time. So maybe I'll share some of the non personal ones with you. I'm pretty sure they're all non personal. I was told they were love letters to and from my grandparents to each other. I looked at a few of them. I was like, I don't even think these are two, like from each other to each other. Like they seem to all be to my great grandfather, and they seem to be from like everyone, including like workplaces and like applications to jobs he applied to. It is a smorgasbord of interesting things, and I have a full box, and I'll show that to you and maybe share some, which is going to test my cursive reading skills to the max because I feel like one of the things that people always underappreciate about cursive is not only do you need to be able to read cursive, but you need to be able to read that individual person's cursive. And if you grew up reading cursive, you know for a fact that some people never learned how to write that stuff correctly. And their handwriting always looked a hot mess. And you were always like, no one's ever, you're writing in hieroglyphs. Like, what's happening? Anyway, I'm looking forward to today. I have on the screen the main book that I'm going to read today. I am starting Uncle Tom's Cabin. I know someone, I didn't check back at the comments to see who, but somebody expressed interest in starting this with me. So I'm starting it today. So I hope you still want to start it on a Monday. If not, I'll be reading it for a while. And in addition to that, I have also decided to start Uncle Tom's Children. And you will see this on my June TBR. I've given up on May. May was a hot mess. You'll learn about it in my May wrap up. But this is a collection of 3 novellas by Richard Wright. I do enjoy Richard Wright's writings. And so I saw this book and I knew I was going to read Uncle Tom's Cabin at some point. I love the fact that these books kind of match. And yeah, I will see how it goes. There are 4, well, there's 3 novellas in here in one short autobiographical story. I've read the prologue and the first autobiographical story. My plan is to read one of each of the novellas over the next 3 days. So I will be reading the next novella in here and I'm sure they're all going to be harsh and really sad and depressing. The one I'm going to read today is called Down by the Riverside. And all of these stories are just Richard Wright sharing. If you look at Uncle Tom's Cabin, which was a book that was supposed to talk about what the experience was like of actually being a slave, or not even the experience, but to bring to light what slavery actually was and looked like. This book is supposed to bring to light what living Jim Crow actually looks like. And story one was already soul crushing. So, and oddly enough, this was the book that I picked because I was like, oh, I think I'm too tired to read like a fantasy adventure story. And that just sounds like a lot emotionally. And so I decided to read Uncle Tom's Cabin instead. Because that's how my brain works. Don't ask. Anyway, let me say hello to you guys, see how you're doing. Let me know what you're reading, writing, working on today, what you're up to, if you're getting tasty barbecue or whatnot. Hello, Britta. Good morning. Thank you so much for the happy holiday wishes. You'll be lurking for a bit while on the train back. Oh, yes. Did you also go see your mother? I hope you had a wonderful trip as well. There, as well as your other trip you were on. Dina, good morning. How are you? You're reading, The City of Dreaming Books. Ooh, let me know how you like it. I have that one. I'm looking forward to lots of punniness is what I'm hoping for. Viviana, good morning. Don Quixote, always a good pick. Good morning, Sue. I hope you are well. Hello, Kelly. Good morning. It has been forever. I'm so glad you're able to join today. Anne, good morning. Oh, you're in the hospital. Okay, but leaving shortly. Okay. Oh, there's no reason for you to be there since he can't do anything. I'm assuming it's because you're in pain. I'm so sorry, Anne. I know it's been such a hard, horrible year for you in terms of like pain management, but I hope it starts getting better soon. But at least here you have company and friends. Sue is reading North and South. Wonderful. Is this your first time reading it? I hope you like it. Hello, Wandering Inga. Don't often catch these sprints you live, but now you can join in the conversation. Yay! And you're reading, The Weight of Ink. Almost at the part 2 of 5 and really liking it so far. I read that earlier this year, and I actually liked it a lot more than I thought it was going to. It was a very different story than I was expecting, I think. But I actually really enjoyed it. Gina, good morning. Ooh, Lonesome Dove. Hello, Amelia. How are you? You ran all your errands and now you're hiding from the heat. Is it really hot there today? I think our high for today is supposed to be 80, which I think will feel a little on the warm side just because we've been having cold nights, we've been having cold weather, and because we've been having so much rain, it is a bit humid. But we'll see. I'll be going outside later. I should probably go outside now. I might do that. And good morning, Nancy. How are you? What are you reading today? Undercutting of Rosie and Adam. Wow, I inhaled twice there and it was weird. People we meet on vacation and the Safe Keep. Nice. Emily, hello. Sitting at Starbucks trying to get a few articles read on culture and literacy for your grad school class. Oh, I didn't know you were taking grad school classes. Well, good luck at that and enjoy yourself. Hello, G. How are you? Day off. Going to make some loose summer reading plans around tackling your TBR. That seems to be a popular thing to do right now. So I hear you. I feel like we're all like, let's read those books. Let's read our books. Hello, Sophia. How are you? Oh, yeah. Continuing the toll. Maybe even dip back into Count of Monte Cristo because you're still reading that. That's totally cool. Hey, Kurt. How are you? My trip was great. I had a good time. The travel was pretty straightforward, though my connecting flights didn't have a lot of time between them. I had to speed walk through Chicago Airport. Through O'Hare. Never a good time, but it all worked out. Thank you. And Katrina, hello, listening to Through Rushing Water while catching up on freezer meals. Ooh, Impossible Gardening. Ooh, you're getting all the good work in today. Well, I hope you're able to get it all done. A terrible way to start the day. Yeah, you'd rather eat a frog. Truth. Truth. Jay, good morning. You'll be reading Shroud. Ooh, let me know how that one is. And I Am Agatha by Nancy Foley, the debut novel by a New Mexico author taking place in New Mexico. Okay, nice. Let us all know how it is. You're starting Hamnet. Ooh, are you going to watch the movie after? And Amy, hello, having a slow morning, enjoying your coffee, going to start your day by reading Coming Home. Nice, lovely. I have had my coffee as well, and now I am on to green tea. I'm trying to, we talked about it at length last week or the week before. At some point, we talked about green tea and blood pressure. So I'm putting that to the test. And Kurt was asking Emily what degree you're working towards. Katrina has lots of plants ready to go, just waiting for weather to cooperate. I hear you there. What's your favorite one that you're planning? Perennials, annuals, bushes? Let me know. Patricia, hello. You're reading several books. Sounds good. Good to see you. Amelia's reading Frankenstein. Ooh, let me know how that one is. I've seen that around. No special plans for today. Going to be mowing and working on the van. Sounds good. We'll start with Peter Pan. Oh, I really liked Peter Pan. I was kind of surprised. I thought it was really good. Hello, Aries. Reading 8 different books again. I know that feeling. Though I've been pretty good recently. I'm only reading 1 or maybe 2 books at a time, but mainly just 1. I don't know how that happened, but and a nurse just told you it's supposed to stop raining by Wednesday and you will feel better. Oh, yes, because I always forget how much it's the rain that's affecting you, and it has been raining. I really hope it clears up faster than that even. And hello, Patricia. You're reading Ghost. Lovely. And Cinders, good afternoon. How's the weather over there in Finland? I'm hoping you're having a good day. Okay, here's the 8. Caliban's War. Who wrote that? What series is that in? Somebody else mentioned that recently, and I can't think of what series it's in. Project Hail Mary, Masters of Death. Ooh, A Memory Called Empire. How are you liking that? I really want to read it now. Prior of the Orange Tree, A Witch's Guide to Magical Innkeeping, The Light Fantastic, and The Night Prince. You've got some good books in there. And Jay approves. So that's all we need to know. 26 degrees Celsius and not too bad, but you're not a summer person and you're expecting over 30 in the next couple of days. Okay, yeah. If you're not a summer person, it's summering. It's summering all over you. You're on the second half of Coming Home. It's 40 plus hour audiobook. Oh, you love Pilcher's writing, and she's pretty prolific. So if you like her writing, you've got works you can go through. Doing Jen's reading life read along. Oh, cool. And Cinderstein, I have 2 books recently, and hopefully we'll start something good today. Haven't decided which book yet. Okay, good luck. I know that feeling where you're like, nah. Trying to find something you like. Crochet Mima, you live right down the street from Harriet Beecher Stowe's home, where she lived when she wrote the book, and you still never toured it. Okay, well, now here's your encouragement to do so that we know what it's like. Go. Share. Hello, Feather and Fiber. You're reading the 3rd book in Zodiac Academy, and Aberrett by Clive Barker. I hear Clive Barker, and it reminds me of Bob Barker. I'm not going to lie. There was a lot of watching of The Price is Right. Of course, it was with Drew Carey, but my mind still goes to that Barker. You clicked the micro. What were we talking about? Click the micro what? The microwave? You're not a summer person. Oh, no. I know, because summer's like, I'm back. I'm here. I'm staying. It's an unwanted guest for some of us. Kurt finished 5 books since last Monday. Today's read will be a debut short story collection by Navajo author Stacy Shannon Denetsosi and Nonfiction Bad Indians Book Club. All right, sounds good. What were the 5 books you finished, Kurt? Oh, microphone. Here the sun is shining and it's very windy. Ooh. You won't read much because it's supposed to be nice today. Well, there you go. Then get outside because, yeah, the the nice sunny weather has been few and far in between. Your cousin Susan Page sent me her book, The Queen and Her Presidents. It looks interesting. Ooh, that's fun. Shroud is first contact sci-fi, and it's an interesting take on corporate dehumanization. And you think the first time you've read of the aliens' perspective on first seeing humans. That's a good point. Huh. Yeah, I'm trying to think if I've read anything else similar to that. I feel like maybe I should have, but I don't think I have. Cinder's often read several books at the same time. Then when you have 100 pages left in each book to the end. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Do you watch Just Martine? Because right now, and they do this every year. But right now, this is the month that they're doing it, where they start a new book every single day. And it always sounds like, oh, that would be an interesting idea at the start. And then, like, partway through, it's completely chaotic the rest of the way. Um, but yeah, it's a fun series to watch, and it's tempting to try. Katrina has a dedicated tomato garden, just cleaned the grass out yesterday, found a rabbit nest in one corner. Oh, hope they survived the disruption, but excited your raspberry is doing well. Very nice. I know. It doesn't always feel bad when you're like, oh no, buddies, I didn't mean to disturb you. I'm sure they'll be fine. Sprint to the end. Okay. I understood what you meant. I probably should have clarified that. One of your cats says that you're not feeling good. Oh, won't leave you alone. She's too warm and fluffy for this weather. Oh no, that's the worst. You're like, I'm not feeling well, but your comfort is not helping. Oh no. Queen Elizabeth was on the throne with several American presidents. Yeah, that is true. You only just started a memory called Empire. You're 40 pages in, but it's pretty interesting so far. Okay, sounds good. And so do you think you could never read a new book every day? I know. But you could manage the brain work. You would love to try it. I think it would feel like starting like short stories, you know? And then like in the past, it's always just been, I think that they had to start a new story each day, but they didn't necessarily need to like read it all day. This year has been a change. And not only do they need to start a new story, but they need to work on that story all day. And they can't, I don't, well, that happened one week. This week's rules seem slightly different, but I think I must have been doing something when they were explained because it was slightly different than that. Kurt finished No Room at the Morgue. Okay, a mystery. The Vegetarian Milkman. I was about to say Milkman in the Time of Butterflies. What would that book look like? Board of the Rings. That's hilarious. Clearly a parody. How was that? G is also not a summer person. Currently high 90s. Ooh, yikes. What was the name of the show? Which show? Which show are we talking about? Just Martine, the channel. Is that what we were talking about? Don't you love how I've already forgotten? Oh, Lauren, good morning. You're hoping to finally finish First Light Wins. You've been reading that for forever. Okay, that sounds good. That sounds like a plan. Let's get to it. Let's get reading. I don't have our timer up yet. In fact, I don't think I even finished getting the timer together. I didn't. So let me fix that. I'm going to try not and trick myself this time by setting the clock and timer wrong during the first sprint and then getting really confused. So I think I have the timer at least set up correctly. I make no promises. So let me pull the timer up so that you guys can see it as well. And I didn't make a book cover thing for Uncle Tom's Cabin. That's not true. It's literally right there on the screen. For Uncle Tom's Children, I didn't make a booky, pagey thing. You know what I'm saying? So even though I won't be reading Uncle Tom's Cabin, I'll be reading the next novella in Uncle Tom's Children. We'll just pretend that what you see is accurate. And I think I'm actually just going to sit right here on my desk. So I'll do that so it's not covering my head the whole time. Anyway, Viviana, you have no plans for today. Just read, 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 and repeat. That sounds lovely. I hope you enjoy. And Kurt could finish a book a day if you had the time off. For example, this weekend you finished Board of the Rings in one day, fluffy and less than 200 pages, but you need something more substantial. That's totally fair. And you also want to go out and enjoy the day. So, anyway, let's get reading. Let's go with our first sprint. It's going to be 45 minutes long. I am happy to be here with you guys today, and thank you for joining me. Hello to all of you who may be lurking in the background or just not comfortable commenting or whatever it is. I'm glad to have you here as well. And that's all I have. Let's get reading. I'm looking forward. I don't know if looking forward is the right word, but I'm going to start my book, and I know it's going to be well written. I'll go with that. I'm in a funny mood. Am I? I'm just feeling good. I'm happy to be home. I had a wonderful trip. It was a lovely time, but I love my house. So I think that's what's going on. And my coffee and my tea may be working well in conjunction together. You have a smart cousin and a smart niece. You guess the brain skipped you. That's not true, Anne. You seem plenty intelligent to me. And welcome, Cinder. Thanks for joining. Looking forward to it. Ooh, and that reminds me, if you are a channel member, whether you've read the book or not, this upcoming Sunday, I had to change the date, not Saturday, this upcoming Sunday will be our meeting for crime and punishment. There was a crime committed and somebody got punished. And on Sunday, I will tell you who. Board of the Rings, Think Monty Python, doing Spaceballs, but not Lord of the Rings, but Lord of the Rings instead. 160 pages of nonsense, not Frodo and Sam, but Frito and Spam. That's amazing. Legolas is a Legolam. Nice. May need to get a copy of this book. And hello, Ricardo. How are you? I am doing fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. And Sue says hello. All right. Now I'm actually going to start I was about to say content. I don't know what that would have been. I'm just going to start the timer and hopefully remember to mute myself. And we're going to just go away with the day. So let's get to it. Happy sprinting. We'll talk some more in 45 minutes. See you then. Hello and welcome back. How did that sprint go for everybody? I feel like you're super far away now. Like I moved you further away, but now I feel like you were like really, really far away. Anyway, my sprint went well. I did indeed. I had to bring out my bookmark. This is my bookmark for today. Look at that bunny face. This one looks a little more happy. Maybe we'll look at this. And this is what it says. Anyway, yeah, I read a few more pages in my current book, which is Uncle Tom's Children. And let's see, I drank my tea, and yeah, my morning's going well so far. During the next sprint at the start, I'm going to start my chores for today. And then I did also tell you I'd show you some of the stuff that I've gotten over the last few weeks. So show and tell time. So first of all, I found this little like book bag. It's basically a purse without a strap. Like, let's not lie, but it has a pen holder on the outside. It's super flexible. So sorry, I'm overexposed here, so it's hard to see. It's got a little pocket up front for your phone, and then like it can hold your book and stuff. Because if you're like me, you have like a book and tabs and maybe a little notebook and a pen and your glasses and your book, and you wander from room to room in your house reading or outside, and it's a pain to have to carry all of that and your cup of water and etc. It seemed like a good idea when I saw it and I got it. That's basically what happened there. And then while I was on my trip, in addition to getting this little tea cover, because I went to Daiso, did I mention that? I also realized that Daiso sells tea, and so I got a whole bunch of tea, including some jasmine tea, because apparently nobody in the US drinks jasmine anymore, and it's really hard to find jasmine tea. And I was reading a book. What book was it? Bone China. And after reading that book, there were two things I really wanted. One, some really nice china. Two, jasmine tea. Because it talked about jasmine tea and jasmine through the whole book. And I was like, wow, I haven't smelled jasmine or had jasmine tea in a very long time. And I wanted some. So there we go. And then they also had lots of like just fun tea flavors. And you can never have too many herbal teas. Though I had this one last night, and I'm now convinced that it's not herbal. And that it's definitely got caffeine in it. Yeah, it's black tea. I can tell because I slept horribly last night. But I did drink some lovely apple tea before going to bed. And it's really nice. It definitely smells like apples, and it has a very light flavor overall and a very light apple flavor. This one, I'm assuming is herbal tea. This is hibiscus and rose hip. We have rose hip in my area, and my son keeps convincing me to pick some and dry it so we can do things. And I was like, I don't want to poison myself. I also got Earl Grey apple. Earl Grey is my favorite. And now having had the apple tea and knowing that it's like on a black tea base, having that mixed in with the Earl Grey sounds amazing. And then the final one that I got, have I tried this one yet? No, I haven't. It's strawberry tea, because that sounded really light and refreshing, and to me sounded like it would make a good iced tea, because I was trying to think of flavors that I would like both hot and iced. And apparently I was in a really fruity mood. They had quite a few green teas, and they had a couple of different black teas as well, including oolong and, is it brown rice? What's the one that tastes like socks? There's one that I'm not a fan of, because it tastes like dirty sock water to me. It's like too umami or some sort of flavor that I just can't do in tea. It's either brown rice or there's some other flavor brownish tea that I cannot handle. Anyway, I'm really excited about those flavors, and people like different flavors of different things. Those are the flavors that sounded good to me. And there we go. I was going to say I'm out of focus. All right, let's see what you guys got up to. Let's see if I can make it through. Did I star the last comment? I think I did. Did I Let me see if I can find the comment that I starred. Ooh, you guys were chatty. Ricardo was saying hi to Sue. You're going to get some more x-rays. Hopefully they turn up some helpful information. Cinder owns Crime and Punishment. You don't think you can finish it before Sunday? If you did, that would be super impressive. But no worries. It will be spoilery, so you can watch it then, or it is recorded, so you can always watch it back later. And sorry that we're struggling here with the with being in focus. You finished Crime and Punishment last year and you really liked it. I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts. Why did you like it? What did you like about it? Sam, good morning. You've got Memorial Day off, so you're doing some light cleaning and maybe a bit of reading later. Sounds like a plan. Kurt missed the first 5 minutes, so you caught up. Grandfather's letters sound so interesting. I know. I agree. We'll be getting to those. I'll show you the box that they came in, and then I'm probably going to read some in the next sprint, and I'll share and let you know what I found. Kirsty feeling pain, right? Write a story. I know, I was thinking about that, like my great-grandfather's letters, because epistolaries are really in right now. And hello, Hunting for Beauty. How are you? Just put some laundry in the washer. You're hoping to finish This Wicked Fate or make a dent in chlorine. Ooh, nice. The names in a memory called Empire are hilarious. There's this one guy called 36 All-Terrain Tundra Vehicle. Oh my gosh, that's funny. That is so funny. Aries 3C seagrass would be considered a normal name. Wow. Interesting. Hey, Mary, how are you? You're very welcome. Prayers and gratefulness for those currently serving and veterans. Yep, blessings for families who have paid the ultimate sacrifice, for sure. You have too many books going. Ooh, starting with Dead Center number 5, 63%. Feels like a commercial for fun and relaxation compared to the heavy books you've been reading. Oh, I know that feeling for sure, Mary. Nancy's got to 85% in the undercutting of Rosie and Adam, 36% and 5%. Excellent. How did Ricardo's exam go? Oh, did you take your exam already, Ricardo? I hope you did well. I hope it went well. I hope it wasn't too stressful. Amelia was saying hi to Sam. Good morning to you, Sue. And a hi back to Amelia. You're re-listening to They Never Learn. You don't like it as much anymore. Oh, no. Oh, that's always the reread fear, isn't it? I'm sorry. Emily, 2 articles read. Yay. Going to read one more before heading home. Sounds good. Trying to spread the grade school reading out over the week. After all, it's summer and you need to enjoy. So true. Hello, Andrea. How are you? How is your day? I'm doing well. Thank you. You're reading Little World and finished the Panopticon. What is that? Like, that sounds like a title of like some sort of job, like a job title. I don't know why I said it like that. Let me know what that is. I'm curious. Ooh, 5-star read too. Hello, Kendall. How are you? Good morning. Finally finished Tomb of Sand. Oh my gosh. How was that? You finished it. Good job. I think you're the only one who finished it since we started that. Just saying. So good on you. Wanting to wrap up a Beast Slinks towards Beijing this morning. Nice. Kristen, good morning. You almost forgot it was Monday. That's not a bad thing. Heading to the grocery store to get stuff for a dip. Ooh, yum, yum, yum. Take to the pool. Ooh, fun. And it's sunny too. Enjoy. On that sprint, Jay got the garden watered, walked the next area to mow. Oh, I got you. Okay, checking for rocks, yep, and sticks and the like, and played with the dog. Next will be breakfast. Excellent. I know, isn't it cute? And hello, Naomi. Hello, Katrina, by the way. You joined at the end of the sprint, Naomi. I just woke up and working on eating breakfast. What are you eating for breakfast? Viviana's on 116. Started the book a few days ago. Your reading pace with classics is very slow. Mine is 2. Jay loves the bunny ears poking out of the top of the book. I know, isn't it hilarious? That's hands down the best part. I'm done with Alone with You in the Ether and missed your Crime and Punishment pages yesterday, so you really need to read 50 pages of that today. Okay, you can do it. Enjoy it by the pool. Maybe. Amy did some reading and some kitchen tidying and now getting ready for the rest of the day. Excellent. I'm going to raise this nope, I need to lower it. There we go. Katrina got distracted by a sermon video talking about what it means for the kingdom of God to be near. Okay, that can be distracting for sure. Kelly worked instead of reading, but made a few bucks so you can feel better about reading and relaxing this sprint. Nice. Aries read a chapter of a memory called Empire, then switched to The Light. Fantastic for the remainder of the sprint. Nice. Lauren read 13 pages, and your husband brought your coffee. Excellent. Lisa, good morning. How are you? Finishing Killers of the Flower Moon and the Alice Network. You're reading fun. Oh, and the wow, I'm getting stuck. And you're reading a fun book, Killers of a Certain Age. There's a lot of killers going on in your books. You do love some Pepsi Max. Ooh, I don't think I've ever tried that, but I do like Pepsi. Jay wanted to ask a bit ago, I mentioned a reading study guide that I was finding very helpful in getting a richer experience from books. Yes, I did. Well, I've kind of combined like 3 to 5 together, but I'll mention the one that's like too much information, and then I've combined it with other information and then pared it down into what I want to do. But I will show you the book. But the book is Well Educated Mind. Bauer is the author, B-A-U-E-R, B-A-U-E-R, B-A-U-R. I'll grab the book and show you. You can never have too many different kinds of tea. So true. I know, I love the bookmark. You read the first 2 chapters of Peter Pan. Nice. Usually local rose hips are kind of disappointing for tea. Good. I'll tell them that. It's a special kind of rose that has been bred for the tart hips for tea that is used. I will be 100% sure to mention that to him. Be like, you're better off just having my tea. Aries, you make you want to go outside, want to go and buy more tea. It's your second vice. I mean, right? Onion tea. No. They had it there. I want to say brown rice, but I'm pretty sure that's not what it was because that's what I thought it was. And then I saw the other tea and I was like, oh no, that's the one. I love tea though. Katrina's moving over to black tea in the morning, trying to wean off of coffee. I feel you. You don't like the fact you're addicted to caffeine. Neither do I. But it's so addictive. But a good tea does make a difference. So true. I know. I figure if I can step down to caffeinated tea, I can then convert over to decaf. Over to decaf and then to herbal. Amelia made it to 45% and decided to bail. Oh no. It's interesting, but didn't really come together as a novel. Okay. I know. Earl Grey is so good. And hello, Denise. Slept through the first chat, 14% of the wrong way home. And don't worry, I will change our timer to a full hour. But I wanted to get through all our comments. Native Queen, hello, just joined after 25 words. And Les, currently reading I Medusa, lovely. Christy, hello, just got back from a beach trip, fun. I hope you had a good time. Finished book 8 of Dungeon Crawler Carl. I was sitting next to a guy on the plane who had the first book, so we had a fun bookish chat. Started Platform Decay, most recent Murderbot book. Also reading Exhalation by Ted Chiang. Nice. Catherine's just joining. Hello, Catherine. Finishing a NetGalley listen. All Phase in Love and War. Cute title. You're very welcome for the highlighter Sharpie checkoff list you mentioned recently. You used it for a week or so and absolutely love it. I know, isn't it amazing? And if you don't know what Christy is talking about, I was talking about, is there anything personal on here? No, even the things on here barely make sense. It's when you make a checkoff list like this. I number mine, you don't have to number it. And then you highlight the next 3 things that you're going to do on your list. And then as you complete one thing, you use a black Sharpie and cross it out and you highlight one other thing. So even though you have a list of things, you only have one highlighted thing at a time to look at. Sorry, my highlighter is really light in color. And it looks kind of like a hot mess when you're done, but if you don't mind a messy paper, it does, as you can see here, make it a lot easier to see what you have left. So it's not going to be an aesthetically pretty to-do list, but I find it a super effective one. And if you, like me, like stationery, you get through stationery very quickly with this method. And it works really nice on notebooks this size, which is probably a little smaller than A5. And I prefer it on pads of paper, whether they're spiraled or not, or like a spiral notebook rather than a bound one. But I'm glad you're enjoying it and it's working for you. How is this series holding up? Jay wants to know. Jay's on number 5. Britta made it. Yay! Cold shower. Ooh, 90. Ooh, wow. That sounds like horrible weather, Britta. I'm sorry. Food and chill. Yes. And Panopticon centers on a teenage born in care and moved through care homes in Scotland. Oh, the name of a particular children's home. Okay. You missed that last chatty bit. You saw Bunny Foo Foo, right? Good morning, Diana. Sue's on chapter 15. Jay, don't like most black teas. Smoked gray Earl peach. Give it to you straight. Love some Irish breakfast tea. Okay, fair. Kurt drinks masala chai. I love a good chai. Made on the stove top. You think the trick is to use loose leaf tea and not tea bags. That is better. You are right with that. After they process all the high quality tea, they sweep the dust and put it into the tea bags. Not every company does that, but I hear you. Oh, no. We're not even going to talk about Lipton. No. That word. I need to ban that word from my channel. Lipton is horrible. I'm sorry if you like it, but it's awful, disgusting tea. I agree with you, Kurt. Chrissy, the thing you love about the checklist thing is that it's so satisfying to draw a black line through. Yeah, I know. Isn't it? Like somehow, and like that Sharpie, like blacking it out and you can't ever see it again. Super satisfying. I totally agree. Chai is a flavored tea you like 2 big mugs every morning and you brew it at home with the tea dust. Ricardo almost arrives late for the chatty bit. Didn't think you'd chat much today. You have a ton of stuff to do, but you'll have us on in the background. Sounds good. Naomi, for the Sharpie marker trip, you said you write your to-do list, highlight your next 3 tasks, and then when you're done with the task, you cross it out and highlight the next task. That is correct. You cross out with the Sharpie. So I'll show you once I actually do something off of there. Aries, your war against the fruit flies is going well. Yay! You put glue traps on the inside of the garbage bin lids. Bought those apple-looking traps, an electric fly trap. It's very effective. Nice. Yeah, I have the one that you plug in and works as a nightlight, and it's blue. That's the electric fly trap. There is also fruit fly spray for your garbage. That stuff is also very good. Yeah. Lipton, that bad word. That's when we should talk about books. This book is kind of Lipton. Either you hate it or you really hate it. But a few people sometimes like it. Katrina, like making your list on the small 3x5 spiral notepads. Yeah. And masala means spice mix. You make your own. Ooh, I bet yours tastes good. I could totally see that. All right. Made it through the comments. I'm going to go and clean. I'm going to look at, oh, I told you I was going to show it to you. Oh, I have here in my bag. Sorry for the crinkles. Oh no. Oh, it's kind of stuck. Here they are. This is, oh no, it ripped. How sad. The fact that the lid was actually attached here and not surprisingly was very dry and ripped off. But anyway, this is the box of letters that I have. This is the box it came in. And there's funeral programs from my great-grandmothers. There's some empty envelopes. Isn't that exciting? And oddly enough, this is like such a mix of random things. So I have in here my great grandfather's Metro card because he lived in New York City. And I was like, this is such a combination of stuff. And then the first letter that I have on top here, right after the Metro card, is from 1942. And this is about half the stack. I also have his scissors. There's some random stuff in here, guys. I also have whatever these are. There's a lot. There is a lot in here, as well as some beads. I don't know. So we'll work through this. I'll work through this. I'll share with you the highlights, including a Metro card from 2004. But I'm going to get cleaning. I'm going to reset our timer first. We're going to go into our next sprint. It is going to be a full hour long, as will the rest of the sprints, until 9 o'clock tonight. So I will be here with you all day. I'm looking forward to getting some good reading in and some cleaning and other things. So we have an hour on the clock. I will talk to you when we get back, and I'll let you know who was writing to my great grandfather. We'll see. All right, happy sprinting. I'll see you guys in an hour. Hello and welcome back. How did your sprint go? Let me know. I hope your sprint went well. Is it just me or is the camera like way low? Maybe it is. It doesn't really matter. Anyway, I had a good sprint. I did start my cleaning and I am almost done with my novella that I'm reading. It's not that long. It was maybe 70 pages, I think. It's just that I've been doing a lot of other things. And then I read through this handful of letters that were to my great grandfather, and that was very enlightening. Let me give you the short breakdown. The first one is from 1939 from the Department of Public Recreation. So apparently he had applied for a job there, and they were acknowledging that they received his application. I also got one from the Signal Corps Radar Laboratory, and that one was for another job application. I then have a random graduation program from the Harlem Hospital of Nursing. Neither my grandfather nor my grandmother were in this, but there were names starred. So they must have known the people whose names were starred. So that was kind of cool. I got this letter from, 1942. This is so interesting, guys. So there's a season's greeting card in here. I'm struggling to get it out, but that's what was in this one. And it was really interesting because the person was like, yeah, in this whole city, they're in Georgia, they're like, there wasn't a single sweetheart card. So I sent you a season's greeting one instead, but the sentiment is the same. So I thought that was cute. That was not from my great grandmother. Who knows who that was from? I got this one, which was a longer letter, which was actually kind of funny. Whoever this person was quite the character. So they apparently had been visiting my great grandfather and we're talking about how they had a nice trip. They took the train back to Georgia from New York City to Georgia. They talked about the Pullman service that they received, which they said was excellent. And they happened to sit next to somebody on the train who knew my great grandfather. So I thought that was pretty funny. And they also thought that was like the most bizarre coincidence. They talked about how his family had received her as wonderfully, even though I think she got in early or late to wherever they were going. Wasn't totally clear that she wants to go back, that their family has invited him down to come and see them, but she was like, I won't force you to do that. It's awful here. And by awful, like she wasn't being funny. I thought she was being funny because so much of the rest of her letter is funny. No, it's literally an actual nightmare because do keep in mind, this is 1943 in Georgia. And yeah, so she talks about a very horrific incident that she found out about when she got home that I will not share with you because I don't want you to be as traumatized as I currently am. But let's just say that story could be in this book and probably is in some way. Yeah, and she also talked about the rationing that was going on for some people of certain colors, but not for other people of other colors. So yeah, a bit of reality mixed in with all the good times, but quite the character. Also somebody who I don't know and not my grandmother. So I was like talking to a lot of different people, but he was a very social guy. And then the final letter that I had that I looked at is here. And this was actually from, what would this make him? My great grandfather? This was from my great grandfather's father, which was such a sweet letter. He was like writing to my great grandfather, thanking him for the money that he sent home, talking about how other people had sent him money. I'm guessing maybe for a birthday or something. That's what it seemed like. But then also like, my great grandfather was sending money as like support home. And this was hands down the hardest cursive to read, understandably. But I was like, whoa, Nelly. But so formal as well as that he put the address at the top of both pages, which is like, yeah, those were the days of letter writing. And then what was the other thing that was really touching? Oh, yeah. And then he signed it, Your Obedient Father. I thought that was really interesting But yeah, just very sweet note to his son, thanking him for his support and telling him how proud of him he was and that kind of thing. So that was really cute to see. So yeah, so that was a good time. I'm going to go through some more. As I'm going through them, I am also putting them in order of year at least. So currently I have from 1939 to 1944 is this little tiny stack. So that is how my sprint went. So I'm going to probably read it through a few more letters in here. I have some airmail that's in here, as well as some colored envelopes. Like I said, there was definitely at least one application. And then these are, what are these? Oh, are these like little pay stubs? Yeah, these are payments, total deductions. I totally don't understand. It says from the airline terminal. It says statement of earnings and deductions for employees record covering the pay period. Oh yeah, these are my grandfather's pay stubs. Um, it can be really fun when people keep things, but really random things that get kept. All right, let's go back and see how you guys did during this sprint. I may need to make our, what are they called? Breaks just a little bit longer to get through all the chatty bits. But in case you missed the first sprint and you're like, Nicole, what are you even talking about? When I went home to visit my mom, she gave me this box that is full of letters that were sent to my great grandfather that he apparently kept. So I'm sharing a few of them with you. I will probably be sharing a lot more of them, including a lot more of the contents, like with my channel members, because there's only so much detail I want to give you. Oh, yeah, we were talking about tea, and that is a good, at best, description of Lipton. Oh, I hate cleaning. It's so Lipton. We're going to bring that terminology back, and then Lipton's going to be like, we're suing. It is an awesome box of treasures. Yeah, I'm super excited about the letters for sure. Yorkshire tea. Ooh, I don't think I've had that. I'll have to give that a try sometime. Kurt, the letters are from 1940s to 1970s. You're guessing you would write a story called Uncle Tom's Grandchildren and be about the civil rights movement. Not sure how to incorporate those scissors. Me neither. I don't even think they go into the 70s, to be honest. Like, it seems like they're from, well, I'm lying because there's one from 2000 right there. Is this literally every letter he's ever received? Okay, that's going to be interesting. So you still need to give my cats their kibble and make breakfast for yourself. You have 10 books you will be working on today, but you hope to finish 2 of them. Sounds good. I think you can do that. Hey, Courtney, how are you? Passing through, but you'll be back. Sounds good. Kurt was asking Kendall how she's liking the slinking beast. Catching up on the chatty bit you missed. Dirty sock blend brown tea. You Googled dirty sock tea, and there are tons of hits. Oh my gosh. That's hilarious. Diving into Mistborn. Excellent, Jeannie. I hope you enjoy it. Is that brown tea one made from mushrooms? No. That's the, what is it? Charuga, something. Mushrooms seem to be the latest fad. They are. That's like earthy, but no. What I'm talking about is straight up like you cleaned your socks in it. Hello, CP, Jim. Oh, yeah, okay. Does your name change each time, Jim? Because I always recognize the tower, but the name seems new each time. Airline terminals, cards are some record of flights, maybe ticket receipts, early airline hubs in Manhattan. Yeah, I think he must have worked for them because they're definitely pay stubs. That's what it says at the top. So maybe he worked at the airline terminal at some point. Sue put chicken in the oven and different seasonings. I love how you recognized it, though, Jim. You're planning to stop by the cemetery on this decoration day and then cut grass at home. Teresa will check in later. Sounds good. Thanks for saying hi, Jim. And Hunting for Beauty. Chlorine is such a strange read. You're not sure what to make of it, but you enjoy being a bit off balance when entertaining yourself. Well, there you go. When dip is made, can't go wrong. I'm going to pause our timer. Can't go wrong with mayo, sour cream, ranch seasoning, cheese, and bacon. Yeah, especially for a pool party. See how many Crime and Punishment pages you can get before you go. Yeah, because Crime and Punishment at the pool, like things that don't go together. Nancy got to 93%, 41%, and 10%. Okay, you should be finishing soon. You've cooled down enough to be able to read, finishing, oh, Last Man. Oh, a bit of a slog. I was like, ooh, oh. Well, I guess we're starting to find out why only one of Mary Shelley's books was popular, huh? Michelle, good morning. Didn't get much reading done last week, so continuing in kin. Also need to clean, but really just want to veg and read. Well, hopefully you'll get a good mix done. And Kendall Tumasana was the most unique reading experience you've had. Didn't know what was going on most of the time, but felt the writing was carrying you along in a boat. Oh, okay. Well, that's not too bad. I'm glad you enjoyed the wordplay and liked the book. Sue, after feeding the cats, eating breakfast, and doing a few chores, you read 16 pages. Good job. Lauren read a lot more, but going live on TikTok for your small business. Okay, sounds good. We'll see you in a bit. Hey, Mickey, how are you? Your meeting, so only just arriving. Hope everyone's having a wonderful, productive day. We are. Hello, Brennan. How are you? Reading Gold Dust Women. Oh, I would not have thought it was a biography of Stevie Nicks, but okay. Nice. Emily got to page 290. Good job. Denise went outside. Ooh, how's the weather there? Must be nice. Jordy, hello. You have 11 books to finish this month for a readathon. Not happening, but trying to get as many as possible. Dungeon and Dragon prep, admin work, pub quiz writing, and cooking to do. Sounds good. Send help. I'll try. Sounds like you've got a lot to do. And Jeannie read and annotated 20 pages. Nice. Naomi did the highlighter Sharpie to-do list, and it was so satisfying. I still need to do mine. I'm like covering up my list. I'm totally forgetting my list is there. Oh no, I'm working on number 1, which is to finish Uncle Tom's Children. I am on task. Aries read a bit of Masters of Death, The Light Fantastic, and A Witch's Guide to Magical Innkeeping. Kristen got through chapter 2. No, 1. 1, chapter 2. Okay. You get the combination of letters. Hopefully you can finish those today. Yeah, hopefully so. You wrote all your school assignments for the semester and got started on reading for this week of school. Excellent. 5 tasks completed for Sam. Nice job. Katrina made small progress, brought in the drill battery to charge. Need to drill drainage holes in your buckets for your peppers. Okay, buckets will make it easier to bring them in for overwintering. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, yay! I'm glad the baby bunnies are fine. Granddad was popular. Yes, he was. He was a very social, fun, awesome guy. Oh, and then one of the other things that I found is in here, I don't know if I mentioned, there was or is rather, 2 programs from my great-grandmother's funeral. She died my freshman year in college. But what I also found was the picture of her that was on the front of her program. Isn't she beautiful? How gorgeous is she? She was blind, certainly in that picture, which says 1960 something. And I don't know if she was blind her whole life. She was blind her entire life that I knew her. I think she was blind for most of her life. And Kendall, great read for you. Just finished a lot of Chinese folklore and family generational trauma. Ooh. Katrina, love the memories. One of your cousins took the time to print letters from your grandparents in Canada back to their family in the Netherlands. Oh, and each of you got a copy. Yeah, I want to do something like that, but I might take the time to like type it up. I don't know. We'll see. Britta, 1943, Georgia. Yeah, no, there's a reason I'm not reading it to you. Because 1, I don't think I could read that out loud. And 2, I want you guys to have a good day. Oh my gosh. It's 30 degrees and you're cold and you might be getting sick. No, not sickness. Hunting is contemplating starting another book. The Wangs versus the World or The Kiss Quotient. Ooh, I like The Wangs versus the World. Yeah, difficult time. Yeah. Jordy loved finding your old relatives' letters and things, but understand the balance of keeping certain things private. Yeah, they weren't written with the intention of being read to tons of people. No, though some of them would have been really entertaining if they were. But so far there's nothing super private. They're all being very polite. Except that one letter, she was pretty hilarious. She was like, "Oh, and Mrs. So and so wasn't as much of a parasite as I thought she was going to be." I was like, "Oh, dang." Inga read about 40 pages and still enjoying your book. It's time for dinner. You'll be reading your gnocchi and veggies. Ooh, yum, with feta cheese. Ah, oh, yeah. Amy listened to your book as you did some household chores, and then your mom called and you chatted. Nice. Happy towel day. Ooh, hope you know where your towels are. Yeah, those are useful. Diana's hoping to finish The Fugitive by Proust and Watchmen, and Gibbons, a graphic novel. Nice. Watchmen, rather, a graphic novel. Kristen's also thinking of how much your friends would make fun of you if you Crime and Punishment. Oh, 10 kids under the age of 6, and you're going to be like, just hang on a second. I need to see what Raskolnikov is doing. Imagine story time with Crime and Punishment. Millie, good morning. You're crocheting a do-rag and choosing your next audiobook. Awesome. Jay ate breakfast and cleaned up the dishes, got dressed, read a chapter of I Am Agatha, liking it so far. Just don't use it as a how-to guide for building an Adobe casita. Sounds like very wise advice. And thank you. Yeah, I thought it was a great picture. And I wonder if anyone in my family knows that's in there. I'm almost afraid to mention to them that I have this because even though I know for a fact this has been floating around the family for a while, I'm pretty sure none of them have bothered reading it. And then the second I mention it, they're going to be like, oh, wait, what? So I don't think I'm really going to mention it until I've either photocopied all the letters for them or have like transcribed them and photocopied them, which is what I'd love to do, but that's a lot of typing. Lovely photo, such a luminous smile. Yeah, she did. She had a great smile and a great personality. A fellow Douglas Adams fan in Aries, perhaps. You carried a towel to work last year and nobody mentioned it. Oh, is that what the reference is from? I have no idea. Anyway, that's the last comment I can see. I'm going to go ahead and reset the timer so that we have those 4 extra seconds back because, some of us need every single second we have. I am going to go and do some more work around the house. I'm going to read a few more letters, and I'm hopefully going to finish this book. And I don't know what I was thinking on a bright, sunny, happy day that I was going to do Uncle Tom's Children, Uncle Tom's Letters, or Cabin, and literally letters written in Jim Crow era. That might be a little overwhelming, but I'm almost done with this story, which is going to end horribly, and I know it's going to. And then I'll start Uncle Tom's Cabin, which will get horrible, and hopefully most of my letters will be happy. With some occasional scary news that I might have to skip over and come back to on a different day. But I did find yesterday this one thing, which is from the Federal Works Agency, which was basically a review that my grandfather received on his work. And look what he got. Well, you can't see it. He got excellent, which was the highest score you could get. So I was like, good on you, Grandpa. So I'm not surprised, though. He was a super smart guy. He was a podiatrist, and he retired when he was in his 80s because it was like, taking care of feet's not that hard. And I was like, good on you. All right, let's go into our sprint. Let me reset the timer. I used to spend my summers with them, and they were always wild and funny. Like, the times were wild. They were pretty normal people, but they were funny. All right, I will see you guys in an hour. Happy sprinting. Enjoy your time. Hello, welcome back. How was your sprint? Sorry, it's turning on a little more light. My sprint went well. I ended up going for a walk instead of doing some cleaning that sprint, and I'm glad I did. It was really nice out. It's really nice and sunny. And then by the time I got back, I had enough time to talk to my mother real quickly and go through some more letters. So if you missed the beginning, I have an entire box here. Let me back up so you can see of letters that were of my great grandfathers. Um, Supposedly to my great grandmother, or really they're all to him. So from my great grandmother, there's a mix of everything in here. So let me tell you what I found this time around. Also, I say supposedly from my great grandmother because the last one I was reading was definitely not from my great grandmother. So my mother did clarify, though, that he did call my great grandmother by a nickname. So I think I know which ones are from her now. Because I think she's signing them by the nickname he called her. But anyway, I did find in this letter here a birthday card from his mother. And she was so sweet. She was like, I know you have everything now, which was probably not true. But she sent him a shirt and tie and a birthday card for his birthday one year. Because she was like, because your mother's still with you everywhere. Sending him clothes. Then I also got another letter that was from his mother that I read. And it's so cute. She's like, are you still taking your vitamins? I'm like, yeah, that's definitely mom. I mean, she signed that it was from his mother or from your mother. I also found, let's see, yeah, his scholarship to Fisk University. That's this one right here. He got the prices, though, would have felt just as much back then. He got a $75 scholarship to Fisk University for that year. I do not believe it was his first year because they referenced previous years. And they did say because as they're trying to give out as many scholarships as possible, that he would not be eligible for any other scholarships that school year. However, the Student Government Work Committee was going to allow him to have his job back as a cleaner in one of the houses. So he would be cleaning and would also have his $75 scholarship to help him through. So my grandfather was at Fisk, and I did figure out that the letter from the woman who was on the train that I mentioned earlier, that she was going back down to Georgia. Now, it sounds like her family was down there, but she was also on her way to Tuskegee Institute because the very next letter that I have from her, or one of the letters, another letter that I found from her was from Tuskegee and like mailed from there. And she was talking about how it was okay, but now that she's been there for a while, that she realizes she misses New York and that her place is with him. It was so cute. It was so cute. Let's see here. Oh, I already told you about that one. What else did I find? There was one other letter that I found that was really interesting. But I think the one that was like, my place belongs with you. Oh, there was a long letter in this blue envelope that was from, it was like 3 pages. That was a friend who was living in Illinois, but must have gone on a trip to California. They said they absolutely loved Los Angeles. The weather was to die for. They came back with a farmer's tan. That's not what they called it, but by the description, that's what they had. And they said everybody back home was like, what happened to you? So it was really cute. All their stories are in here. The writing is like so amazing. People don't write like this anymore. I think because we don't write letters to each other anymore. They're all so descriptive. There was this letter, which was from, it seems like just a friend, like probably a friend that they went to school together for. He didn't say for what. But this friend mentioned that he was at another school and that he was currently living in Detroit. And this is postmarked 1943. And he was saying that things were really booming in Detroit and the job situation was really good there, including for African Americans. He was saying how the only benefit, or one of the few benefits of the war, is that they were now hiring, particularly in Detroit, for all sorts of positions that previously were not available to African American men because they were in such need of workers. And so he was listing all the different types of jobs that were now open and available to apply for, and how it was a great place to work, and how him and his wife, who apparently also knew my great grandfather, were doing really well. What else? Oh, one of the letters from his mother, the like actual letter that she wrote in there asking about if he was taking his vitamins, she was talking about how the rationing was getting kind of difficult because she wrote earlier in 1942, I think might have been her letter. And she was talking about how the rationing was kind of tough. She wasn't able to get milk, but that she did start her own victory garden. And she mentioned all the things that she planted in there and said that that was going really well. And she was feeling very proud of herself. So a very fun time reading those letters. In the next sprint, I'm going to get back to cleaning some and then finally finish my novella, which I've somehow managed to drag out all morning. And yeah, we'll see how that goes. So let's see what you guys got up to during that sprint and how things are going for you. Let's see, gotta go a ways back. I found it. And let's see. Oh, hey, Alex, how are you? It is Monday. Were you still in the weekend? Jay will need some revenge fantasy after all this reality Jim Crow stuff. Oh, yeah, trust me. Yeah. Something like that, like Blonde Roots or something. You can make reprints of the original photo. You used to work for Kodak and did that for most of your grandparents' photos for all your relatives. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And oh, you finished Angel down at 2 a.m. Okay. So that's why you're like, don't know what day it is anymore. Kurt, something is off with the timing of your laptop and you keep missing the first 5 to 7 minutes. Oh no. Sometimes if you click to other tabs, it'll pause the stream and then it'll make you behind. So that might be what's happening. You have a few World War II rationing stories from your family from genealogy research, maybe different in Georgia, but in Western New York, you had rationing for all. Your mom was one of 13, so it hit them hard. I bet. Yeah, because they probably weren't taking things like that into account. And even if they were. Hey, Christina, how are you? It's been a bit. It has been busy with train conducting. I hear you, but wanted to show some love. Thanks for stopping by. Remember to hydrate and check your laundry. I need to do that. I always need to do that. Take meds, stretch, show some love to the like button, and like and subscribe. Yay. Viviana cleaned the kitchen and inching through your book. Sounds good. And she decided to participate in NYRB Summer. Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. But that makes sense because I've seen a lot more talk about NYRB recently. To finish off the handful, ones you have left, going to skip the summer sale. I don't even want to know about the summer sale, but we'll get ready for the winter one. Same. Kurt, find it crazy that you don't know if your grandfather worked at the airport. Well, keep in mind, this is my great-grandfather. I know what my grandfather did. He drove trucks, like, over the road. And I actually know what my great-grandfather did. He was a podiatrist, but that's what he was doing when I knew him, which was, like, in his late 70s, 80s, and 90s. No, probably not even that long. Yeah, well, no, late 70s and through 90s is when I knew him. So that's what he was doing. And because I was obviously younger when they were older, it only occurred to me to start asking them more questions about their life when I was in high school. By which point it was like, what of your life do you remember to tell me about? So that would be why. But you found out that your grandmother did not even know her mother's maiden name. That's not that uncommon, and spelled it wrong on her tombstone. Oh. She finally hit stride with the Republic of Memories, still in and out of Catch-22. You slump when it starts to get hot. Yeah, I hear you. And it told you to go home and come back tomorrow because your doctor will be there then? Mary finished Dead Center, refreshing change. And next, the death of Ivan Illich. Ooh, we read that earlier this year. Back from having a nap and catching up. Sounds good, Amelia. Weren't successful with the Shelley-related books today. Yeah, that's true. I didn't think about that. You're both reading Shelley-related things. Cinder took a nap and you're back ready to read. Naomi's ready to get laundry from the laundromat. Sounds good. I'll pause the timer real quick. And read some for school and take your clothes to the laundromat. Nice. Aries love the female POV in Caliban's war, but the two males are getting on your nerves. Oh no, competing with who can make the dumber decisions. No, we don't need that. We don't need that. Oh my gosh. If you drill holes in a flower pot, put a rock over the hole, the water will still run out if you overwater. Oh, but not as fast. That makes sense. True. Maybe you should have swapped. Oh, because you liked Frankenstein. You're very welcome, Viviana. Jay did a little mowing, then handed that chore off to your partner. Got the edges painted on the van floor, ready to roll. Yay! Third coat, and you're done with that stage. Yay, you're almost there. Amy did some yoga as you continued to listen to the audiobook of Coming Home. Gonna have some lunch. I might do that during the next sprint too. It's frightening bright green, but you're gonna stencil fern leaves all over. Oh, that sounds cool. And otherwise, you'll finish with a brown wash. Well, that makes sense. And it's the floor, right, that you're doing. So I feel like that'll like dull down in color over time, maybe. Hello, Emily. You ate lunch. I hope it was delicious. You're making good progress on your book. Katrina got 3 things done on your list, easy items, but other items are dependent on them. Makes sense. I'm not doing so good on my list, Katrina. I still haven't crossed off Uncle Tom's Children. I know. Fun stories, right? And real personalities coming through too. Catherine Fisher NetGalley book started a new mystery, The Woman in the Library. That box of family documents, it is amazing. Like, it's so cool. I'm a little bit sad that it was just tape that was holding the lid on. I'm a little sad that that ripped off, but I might be able to get some like archival tape and put it back on. And this is I think it's a cigar box that this is in. And Inga had dinner, put out the green waste bin that you filled this morning and put air in your bicycle tires so you can go to the gym tomorrow. Next sprint, we'll be reading again. That sounds good. You don't have old letters, but you have old cassette tapes. Oh, those are fun. Your family used to record and mail them internationally to each other, kind of like podcasts. That's such a fun idea. I love that. That is so fun. I bet that's also hilarious. I have not read The Correspondent. I'm not sure if I'm going to. I'll have to look at it when I go to a store. Yeah, you should have switched. You liked it too, but didn't really work for you. But you'll keep the book, so maybe you'll come back to it another time. That's true. Sometimes that works. Any letters from Matthew Henson? Yeah. So far, no. I'll let you know if I uncover any. But so far, no. But if there were going to be any, they would be from the family in Detroit, I would guess. But so far, no. But it is fun to see like who wrote repeatedly. You've taken up letter writing again with a friend of yours. There are some things you just can't say online these days, and it's really different from dashing off in a long email. So true. Sam, a few more tasks off the list. The cats are upset you took their IKEA boxes. They're like, no, you can't clean that up. After your parents died, you had to go through all their things, and you discovered a lot of old documents too. It made you sad, of course, but it also showed a different side to them. Yeah, I totally agree. Those letters are a treasure trove. They sure are. They're so fun. Children often forget their parents had a life before them, or lived outside the house and did things, or had friends, or. It's like seeing your teacher in the grocery store. You're like, you leave the school? Oh. Denise read 18%. I'm 47%. So interested in the letters you almost forgot to post. You're listening to All Quiet on the Western Front while you do chores. 42% going to read on Calculation of Volume 4 next sprint. Sounds good. 2 chicken. You took the chicken out. Ooh, it smells good. Bought the Mercedes Lackey book bundle on Humble. Nice. Jay, Blonde Roots sounds really interesting. Adding it to your TBR in some part will be like how your ancestors came over, poor white, indentured back in the 1600s. Glad one of them survived. Yes. That's wonderful that you can hear their voices through the recordings. I know. That's the cool part of having a recording. And Denise enjoyed the correspondent. I've not seen anybody say bad things about that book yet. Rachel's reading Infinite Sadness of Small Appliances. That sounds like a fun book. And hello to you. I hope you're well. Angie's never met your maternal or paternal grandparents and can hear your sister and you in some of the backgrounds as babies and toddlers. That's so cool. That is so fun. Oh my God. Yeah, I can only imagine how funny those get. And like the best part is like that, like they're lasting. Are you going to change them into CDs? I feel like even if I did that, I'd still keep the cassette because it's so much easier to break a CD or ruin it or scratch it. But I just feel like it would be easier to find places to play it. And it was wonderful. Awesome. All right. That is the last comment that I can see. So we're going to go ahead and go into our next sprint. I think I'm going to start by reading a few more letters. Then I'm going to finish this novella. And then I think I will spend whatever time I have left eating lunch. So I need to finish this really long letter from this woman that I 100% am sure is not my grandmother. But this seems like it's at the point when they're very young, like in college. So it makes sense that it's not my grandmother, but she signed it, Your Honey. But then she also in the beginning talks about how she got a great Valentine's Day present from someone else. So I'm not sure what's going on there, but she's also at Fisk University and she's writing this in February, which is confusing me because I'll have to look at that letter when my grandfather went there. Anyway, I'm going to finish reading her letter, which is numerous pages, front and back, a very tiny print in green in a pen that had a thick nib and had a little bit of bleeding over the years, I will guess. But she has some fascinating stories going on there, including people who have come and left and roommates that have changed. It's fascinating. Anyway, I will see you guys when we get back from the sprints. We'll talk a bit more in an hour. Happy sprinting. See you when we get back. Hello and welcome back. How did your sprint go? Mine went well. I'm so happy I have a few books to mix things up because boy, am I going to need it. Otherwise, I'd just be hopping mad. Anyway, I hope you guys are having a great day and that your sprints are going well. I did finally finish the novella. So, yay, I get to check off, two things on my list. I'm actually behind. So, some of you were wondering how the little checklisty thing works. You can kind of see it better now. I have on this side 3 things highlighted. And usually I cross them off one at a time, but I did finish the reading in Uncle Tom's Children. So I will take my Sharpie and black that out. And I did actually go for a walk and I forgot to mark that off. So I cross it out with a highlighter. Sorry, I'm out of focus here. The camera seems to be struggling with that today. And since I crossed out 2, I now need to highlight 2. As in the next 2 things. Oh, I'm reading Uncle Tom's Cabin. So there's 1. Sorry, I did that behind the book. And I should probably pay my bills. So these are the next 3 things that I'm going to work off. And in theory, once I have probably paid my bills, I'll cross that one off and highlight 1 more thing. But it's so satisfying to like black out your list. What else did I do during that sprint? I figured out what I was going to have for lunch, but I didn't actually have lunch. And I spent a good chunk of time reading this letter. And this letter, let me tell you guys, was pretty funny. So I mentioned it was 3 handwritten pages to my great-grandfather and coming out of Fisk University from a student there who addressed herself as Honey. And it was really funny. So she started it on, did she say what day she started on? She did not start it on it, but she mentions towards the end that she's now a week out from writing this. And this was the funniest correspondent. So one, she's sharing like all the gossip. She's like, this person went home because of their health. These 2 people dropped out. You won't believe who just recently broke up. They decided they had enough of each other, but they're still friends because she's taking him to the dance tomorrow night. On and on and on she went. And then she was like, I can't believe you haven't written to me yet, though. I'm still waiting for your letters. I guess I'll wait 1 more day in case you write me. And then the next day, so she must have written this on Sunday because then the next day is Monday. And she was like, guess how disappointed I was to go to the post office and not have a letter from you. And I was like, oh boy, somebody's in trouble. And so she continued writing her letters. She talked about all the people who broke up. She continues writing this letter over the course of the week. One time she has to break off from writing the letter because a whole bunch of like students came to her room and they were all going to sit down and talk. And she was like, I'll have to pick back up later. She mentions a birthday party, a surprise birthday party that happens, how they're studying, how they moved the tables out of the library at one point. And at one point, she's even jokingly like, I guess this is practically becoming a diary, isn't it? And then by the end, she got a letter from my great-grandfather because she references how she really enjoyed and appreciated his letter and was cracking up at his account of how he now gets out of bed in the morning. I don't know. I wish she had have included details because now I'm like, wow, I wish I had the letter from my great-grandfather. So he must have had some funny story about his morning routine. So that was a lot of fun and had a lot of details in it. I think it was from 1937. That might be about right. What else did I find in here? I got through 4 altogether. Oh, there was a wedding invitation. So wedding invitation for some friends. They were going to get married at their house. Let me see if I can get that back into the envelope. Okay, there we go. There was, just a regular invite. So he got an invitation. One of his friend's husbands was in town and they wanted to have him over. So he got an invite to their house to go see them. Well, they sent it in the mail. to him in New York. So they were in New York. The husband was going to be in New York for the day. And so they wanted to have him come over and say hi. And then he also got a letter. I'm thinking this letter is from his sister. I can't read the name on the bottom, but it's not his mother and it's not his father. And she says mother, but it also might be a cousin or friends, because she then refers to him and his brothers as their last name boys. So it's hard to tell. But then she refers to mother, but it's hard to tell if she's just calling her mom mother or if she's referring to their mother in common. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, in this letter, she writes and she's like, yeah, everybody's saying you're not writing to them enough. Like, what are you doing? So he must have, at this point, left home to New York City not that long ago. No, because there's letters to him in 1939 in New York. I don't know. Anyway, at this point in 1942, he's not writing to anyone long enough. She talks about how someone she knows has become a teacher and is like dressed really nicely now and looks like a professor. And she's surprised because she never expected them to become a teacher. She talks about going to the YWCA, as opposed to the YMCA. To go and listen to a speaker from the NAACP, which the other girl at Fisk University also mentions going and listening to someone talk there. And in this letter, she's talking about how the person was just talking about how they're taking all these cases to Washington and all the work that the NAACP is doing there. And she's like, I heard them say words that you normally don't hear people mention in public, which I'm like, ooh. I want to know what she's talking about. Like, I can imagine what some of those words were. Anyway, so that was that letter. So all sorts of interesting, fun little things. So good times. Good times. And those are good times because I have started this book. It's going how I expected it would, which is helpful at the time. And just glad we've gotten somewhat further. Some of us, not all of us here. But yeah, so far in Uncle Tom's Cabin, like I'm still in the exposition. Like this is I'm on page 25 and it started on page 7. So that's how far I got in there. And yeah, they're just getting into it. And because there are a lot of narrative intrusions, it's easy to sparse like what is being portrayed as like bad and like not good behavior or really falling short, right? There's a big push in here, even in the first few pages, to point out how these people are not want to treat other people like things instead of like people and humans. And so that's already being said. But then there's also been the argument of like, well, if our laws aren't going to provide a way for people to be humanely enslaved, then I guess we have to change them. Yeah. So falling short of the long goal, but it's a starting place. A sad starting place, but you got to start somewhere. And so it is. All right, let's see what you guys got up to. Thankfully, this is a long sprint because apparently all our chatty breaks are going to be chatty because that's just how it's going to go if I'm actually going to share anything that I'm reading about in these letters from my great-grandfather or to my great-grandfather. And they're funny, guys. They're so funny. Like that one, a letter from the woman who was at the university. She was a character. You're still fighting over who's going to inherit the tapes. Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about that. Maybe it's not even about inheriting them. Maybe it's about just like where are they going to be kept safely and everybody gets copies of the CDs, right? But I'm sure that's not the conversation that's happening. And Queen, hello, you're reading Bitter and you're at 43%. You love Quickie Emezi's writing. Lovely. You should write a family history based on those letters. I probably will, because I also have a huge piece of paper that has our family tree going back I think I figured out to like the 1700s, 1600s. Well, that family trees needs to be interpreted on its own. Miss Honey was working overtime, letter writing, and getting Valentine's gifts. She was working real overtime. And yeah, because I would, if I ever printed these and made them public in some way, I would want to keep people anonymous. I would probably call her Miss Honey. I mean, that is what she called herself, even though it's on letterhead, so I know what her whole name is. Rachel, the older people are way wilder than they're given credit for. Yeah, yeah, they were having a time. Agree, even if it's just to share internally with the rest of her family. Yeah. Yeah, teachers have a life outside their school. I'm sorry to break that to you, Amelia. But you know what I'm talking about? Like, you guys have all had that experience, I'm sure. Like, at some point during your childhood, like the first time you remember seeing a teacher outside of school and being like, guess you do live somewhere. You read Pet by them and should give that a go. Ooh. Your father was divorced before he married your mother. You have a letter that he wrote to her trying to convince her to marry him. Oh, that's cute. Hello, Chris. Oh, I hope you have a relaxing Monday as well. I hope we're all having a good, relaxing Monday. Sue's back. Your daughter asked you to feed the cats earlier in hopes that her one cat would eat. You have to hold your boy while he eats. You ended up opening 3 kinds of cat food, and he still wouldn't eat. No. Darn. Maybe in a little bit. Nancy finished the undercutting. Yay for finishing. Got 46% and 13%. Nice. And is going to sound mean, but he will eat. If he doesn't eat by tomorrow, take him to the vet. It would be considered an emergency appointment. Oh, right. If she went today. Oh, that's good to know. That's your plan. He's still drinking water. Okay, that's good. As long as he's drinking water and using the litter box, he's probably okay. Vet will not forget to charge you on a holiday. Oh, that's true. Good point. If he doesn't start eating by tomorrow, I'll get him checked out. Poor thing. Yeah. Good. I'm glad you know about the charges, Sue. No reading for Britta, but admin stuff. Very satisfying to cross that off the list, isn't it always? Another week before the new Ann Patchett book is released. Exciting. Anne and everybody else. What did you guys think of what was it? The winner of, what was the prize that just came out last week? International Booker Prize. What did everybody think? Whenever you can't find your cat, so you go to the bathroom, it's like a summoning spell. Truth. You did lots of dishes, Emily, and got to page 299. Ooh, you're gonna finish soon. She put up a sign, welcome to the bathroom. A cat will be with you shortly. I like that sign. You should put that up. You got a big item off your list and crossed off. Turned out to be easier than you mentally discouraged yourself for. Also had a panini. Awesome. I love when that happens, when you do something and then you're like, oh, that actually wasn't that bad. Jay also ate lunch, read some more of Shroud, and yay, the base coat of the Van Floor is done. Yay! Ricardo finished some stuff had to do, and now debating between reading or writing. You haven't read anything at all lately. Okay, well, pick something up. Who knows what? Amy listened to audiobook while you cut out collage items, watered your outdoor flowers, and did a few tasks. Amelia did organize some meetups and was chatting along with friends. So you're going to go back to reading. Kelly did some reading, but also assembled your elote dip. Ooh, chopped down a few saplings that escaped your first thinning. Okay, sounds good. 2 very different activities. Jay has a tendency to make your list at the end of the day, so you include the things you did. Yeah, that's pretty satisfying too. I've done that before. They give you something called biofreeze. I love biofreeze. Oh, you didn't? Oh, yeah, it's not a good smell, but man, I love the way it works. The cat smelled it, sneezed, and disappeared. Well, now you know how to get rid of the cats if they don't want it. Did it help, though? You got to 10% and sorted some washing. Nice job, Rachel. Sue started the daily jigsaw puzzle. It's a painting of a train. Oh, you're talking about puzzles also reminded me that I noticed a common theme, which is crossword puzzles, because both Miss Honey, and sister cousin, that wrote in the orange letter that I showed, both of them mentioned crossword puzzles, and the sister or cousin mentioned in reading them with my great grandfather. So I'm guessing like that was something that he really enjoyed. And I just looked over here, and before I continue reading comments, I just remembered that I had some other things that I wanted to show you. So this one, my mom had some fabric from my great grandmother. She had a couple of like just like little squares, like probably handkerchiefs or something like that, that she had embroidered, but it was no special embroidery. Like she had done like a couple of flowers in the edges, but I told my mom, you can keep that. But she also had this really pretty fabric. And I loved the colors in the fabric. And I was like, ooh, I could use this as a runner on a table or something. So I kept that. And then I mentioned that my mother's wonderful neighbor had given me two little things. So she knits. So she gave me this wonderful hat, which is so cute. And you can almost see, but it's kind of like it's got the sort of sparkly yarn in it. And then my neighbor also she likes to do a lot of crafts. So she also puts together these stocking kits. So she gave me one of her stockings that she embroidered. How amazing is that? This is so much more time than I would ever want to do. And these are just kits that she buys that come with like the stocking on all the pieces, but she has to sew everything on and like embroider all the things that I would never do. And my mom showed me pictures of them last year, and I was like, I would love to have one of these one time. And I don't think my mom told her that. And her neighbor would definitely not have remembered that. But she was like, oh, I brought some things. I wanted to give you something. And this is what she gave me. And I'm like, this is absolutely gorgeous. And my stocking is just plain and red. So I will definitely be using that from now on. So good times. Okay, back to your comments. Teresa, hello. You're about to eat lunch and you're going to see husband's mom. Oh, great. I hope you have a good time. It is a good weekend to do that. No reading for Alex. Made a junk journal spread using Pokemon card packaging. Yay, you've bought a lot. Too much. Oh no. Friday was a release day for a new set and the kids and I are hooked. Nice. Jay wonders the community at Fisk was like the lesbian community you love, fall out of love, and stay friends because it's such a small community. You keep running into each other. I have no idea, but it definitely knew like everybody's situation because I don't think it was a very large community. So that would make sense. Denise didn't do any reading, went to the cemetery. Yeah, you mentioned you were going to do that. You glazed over lunch. You're going to have a snack, read to page 55 on a calculation volume, and washed the bathtub. Rachel is loving the popping hot tea from the 40s. That is what it feels like, isn't it? Like, what else was going on? Oh my gosh. Amelia was saying to Britta, your book club picked Memories of the Future. So you finally get to it. Nice. Is there a specific book you're excited to read in June? So many things. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think so. What about you, Chris? Taiwan Travelogue. Yes, it was very good. It describes a lot of the food. I did hear that from somewhere. You loved that one. This was to Amelia, but you have your doubts. It's an Amelia book. Oh, no. Queen, have read and enjoyed Pet. Bitter is the prequel. Oh, interesting. Lauren's back. Your life was not so lively. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Now you'll just read all day. Okay. Well, at least there's reading. Maybe next time. Amelia, just for the record, you're going back to reading in the next spring, not next spring. Oh, did you say spring? That's so funny. It's not even that hot. Your brain is already mush. Oh, no. And you have a game on your phone called Scrabble Go. Oh, yeah, I've played Monopoly Go. You can waste hours with that game. True. Liked all the books by Sari Hudstvedt you've read so far, and you're running the book club, so you have to read it either way, but you're optimistic. Sounds good. The hat and the stocking from your mom's neighbor are so lovely. I know, aren't they? I know, I love them. They're so cute. It was so sweet of her. And your girlfriend made a quilt top with her deceased husband's t-shirts. Oh, that's a really good idea. I really want to make a t-shirt quilt. Not me. I want one out of my son's baby clothes for someone else to make it for me. He's prepared some Earl Grey for an ice London fog. That's a great idea. I might have to do that with my Earl Grey apple tea. And this sprint, Jay will be reading A Time to Take a Long Break. Sounds good. Fingers crossed for Amelia. Yes, from Britta. All right, there we go. Let's get into our next sprint. I'm actually going to start by making my lunch. And oh my gosh. Sorry, I just looked down at these letters and I realized that remember I said there was a letter from 2000? I just found it. This is from my cousin to my great grandfather. I didn't even look at the return address, but I was like, oh, there's a return address on this one because on most of them there aren't. And I was like, I know that address. That's my aunt's house. And this is my cousin's letter to my great grandfather. Won't she love the fact that he kept it? How cute. It's from my cousin. Okay. But I'm not going to tell her until I've copied these all and like sorted them. And maybe I'll just surprise it by having it in the book. She would probably love that. Anyway, I'm going to go make myself lunch. I'm going to read this while eating lunch. That seems like a horrible idea, but that's what I'm going to do. And then I'm going to be back over here and I'll probably finish by reading a couple of letters and give you some more tea on whatever was happening in the 40s. All right, I will see you guys when I get back. Oh, let me not forget to start the timer. There we go. Happy sprinting. See you guys in a bit. Hello and welcome back. How was your sprint? Mine is getting so interesting. Sorry, I'm looking up like some things. So as the day's been going on, not only I've been reading my book, but I have also been reading these letters from that were sent to my great grandfather, and I just started reading some now. One, I figured out he was living at the Harlem YMCA for a while because quite a few of the letters are addressed to him there. One of the letters that I just went through, let me see if I can find it. I think this is the one. Yes. Okay, so one of them was from his brother, who was writing to him. Some of their handwriting, I'm like, it's not that people can't read cursive anymore. Some of you never learned to write it. Um, but anyway, so it's so interesting because they're mentioning different things happening casually, but I'm like, some of these are historic things. Like they've mentioned a few movies that they've gone to see. And I'm like, that's so cool. Because thanks to the internet, we can now look up like what the movies are and be like, oh, okay. Um, Apparently his brother was asking him like, how's the pool tournament going? So it's always interesting to see what his family members are writing him about. I now have also, they had a nickname for him that I had never heard, but makes kind of sense. And now I believe it's one of his sisters that is writing. And apparently, him and one of the other brothers had sent her some money. Um, and then she has a couple of interesting things that she's mentioning in her letter. For example, that the city is all a stir because the fight with between Joe Louis and Tony Musto is coming up. So I was like, that's cool. She mentions the recent election and who the new mayor is. And then she also mentions the movie Cabin in the Sky that they just recently went to see. And it's fun because she has so many names of like family members that we've been trying to find the names of. Um, and then they're also listening to the orchestra on the radio. So I haven't finished this letter from his sister yet, but that's exciting. So I'm probably going to start the next one while reading some letters. I was thinking of going outside, but I'm afraid it's going to be just warm enough and just humid enough that my computer is going to be like, you thought, Nicole, you really thought we were doing that? But in the next sprint, I'm going to start out. I'm going to finish the letter from his sister. I have another letter from, I'm guessing, Miss Honey at Fisk University. And then, oh my gosh, this must be another letter from his siblings. His siblings definitely had a nickname for him. Oh, but this one's from Florida. Interesting. And all the rest of his siblings are in St. Louis, Missouri. So I'll probably get through this handful and see what they have. But it's fun to look up the different little things that they are mentioning by name and like to see like what were the movies they were going to see and their response to the new mayor being elected and the old mayor being out and all that kind of stuff. And their talk about their victory gardens and whatnot. So good times, good times. And I'm so tempted to jump ahead and just skip to the letter that my cousin wrote him. It definitely seems like it's a card. I'm going to peek at it. Yeah, I think it's a card maybe for, oh no, I think it's her. Oh, okay, I peeked. It's an invitation to her graduation. That's so funny. Oh, that's cool. That's cute. Love that. All right, let's see how you guys did during the sprint. I might go and check outside. Maybe I'll try sitting outside for a few minutes and see how hot that actually does or does not feel. It's not too hot outside. It's only 78 out. I think the high today is maybe going to be 81, which if it's still only 78 now, it means it's not going to be 81 until like the sun's going down and my entire porch will be in the shade by then. So maybe it is okay to go out. Let's see. Alex saved all the kids' their baseball t-shirts to someday make a quilt. Yep. Yeah. Not you make. Also need to find someone else. Okay. If you find someone, let me know. If I find someone, I'll let you know. And needs to get the garbage out while your hand is numb. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, make use of that, but don't overdo it. Aries, one of the books he recently bought, is getting delivered tomorrow, a novella called The Summer War. Ooh, that sounds potentially good. And Britta wanted to know, Amelia, have you read her latest memoir, Ghost Stories? Sam's also reading with lunch. It seems cumbersome and potentially dangerous. I know, I always think that. I won't lie. I ended up having a cheeseburger and used both my hands to just eat that, and then I sat down to read. This letter collection is reminding you of The Correspondent. Love that novel. I know so many people did love that. Yeah, maybe I should make my own, like, The Correspondence. Because that's what this is turning into. But like I said, the fun part of it is like you can see the overlap of their letters going back and forth, as well as the repeated ones. Like, wow, we need to write letters just so that we can save them so that other people can read them later. I think that's very underappreciated, like how much fun it actually is to read other people's mail. At the same time, I do feel like my great grandfather may have let me read this mail later in life. I feel like he probably would have. I forgot to mention that the other thing I went through while I was there was my great grandmother's costume jewelry. And the one thing that I brought home with me immediately that I'm realizing one of the gems is missing is I really like brooches. I feel like that's like a super old fashioned thing. And every time I mention that, somebody in my family's like, what? And I was like, but then I wear them and they're like, oh, that's really pretty. And I'm still like out of focus sometimes. Sorry. But anyway, I found this. Do you get what it is? I'm going to wear it at Christmas time. I'll show you one more time. It's a partridge in a pear tree. I was like, that's stinking cute. Alex, love that you have all this family stuff. Your family doesn't have anything like that, but your husband's family does. And you swear you get more excited about their heirlooms than your husband and brothers do. Yeah, I know. It can be so easy. Like, I think I'm the only person in my family that's this excited about this. Because I know I'm not the first person to have owned it. My mom was like, do you want this? She was trying to pass it on. I was like, yes. Or Rachel is excited to see someone else reading on the calculation of volume. You recently read 2 and have 3 from Libby. Yay! There's a couple of people in this group who have read it. No, not yet. There's a long waiting list at the library. Oh, you were saying that to Britta. Mm-hmm. Hello, Shannon. How are you doing? You're reading Centennial by Fergus Brodwitch, and you're about 37% in. It's about 1876 exposition, rather. Wow, explosion. Exposition in Philadelphia. I hope you're enjoying it. And Jeannie's back, reading Mistborn and working on your reading journal. Excellent. Talanda just joined in on sprints. I am doing well. Hello to you. Hope everyone else is doing well today and listening to The Bullet That Missed by Richard Osman. Nice. I have read Don Quixote twice now, and I really liked the Edith Grossman translation. That's the one that in the paperback has the red cover. I thought that was really well done. I really like it, like most people. Part 1 is my favorite part because the best part of Don Quixote is him wandering around doing silly, crazy adventures. But I do like the whole thing in general, so I don't mind part 2 either, but it is a different feel, so I can see how a lot of people don't like part 2. And just had an idea. Nice hot water helps your hands, so you wonder if you write off a hot tub as a healthcare expense. There you go. There you go. I like that. Talent is listening to almost 2 chapters of your book. Nice. Hello, cool gamer. How are you doing? Hi, Dina. How are you? Oh, you're surprised to see me here. Well, I'm here. Surprise. Jay's got 54% in Shroud. The alien is a hive mind. The I arises from the collective. Oh, when one segment dies, it loses whatever that segment knew. Oh, I never thought about that. Right, because you're losing like whole segments, and if they're not shared, oh, Denise went for a walk and visited with your son. Is he walking distance from your house, Denise? Alex read 2 chapters in 1984 with the kids, just 1 chapter left in the book. What are they thinking about it, Alex? That's what I want to know. Sue has 20 pages left in The Way of the Lawless. Good job. You're plowing through the audiobook of The Goldfinch and hope to finish today. Nice. How are you liking it? What do you think? I thought the audiobook was well done for all intents and purposes. Lauren read a lot, have 70 pages left. Really want to finish the book today? You can do it. Your oldest son has agreement. It's an interesting book, should be good, but the way it's told is annoying. Yeah, it just feels like it stretches on too long. Oh, but he likes it more than Fahrenheit 451. These letters are an amazing time capsule. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Like, I want pictures of the events that they're talking about. Like, this, I really want to make this into like a photo book letter container thing. Project Hail Mary. You read Project Hail Mary during the last sprint. It just got really interesting. I'm pretty sure I know what part you're at. Dina, that's wonderful that you have his letters. It is. It's so much fun. I'm having such a good time. 29% in your book, getting a lot tackled. Gonna stuff enchiladas. Ooh, yum. What kind are you making? And hello, running with the fish. Finally sitting down to read. You had family over earlier to look at a new little free library you put up in the neighborhood. Ooh, that's cute. What does yours look like? Did you do a house? Did you do a different shape? Sam listened to All Quiet on the Western Front while folding laundry and eating and dusting. Jay was saying to Alex, after you finish 1984, you should read Julia. I don't know about that, Jay. I read Julia. I was super hyped for it. I thought it was just okay. You will try Julia on audio. I agree. That's definitely the way to go. Lisa made it to page 201 out of 353 in Killers of a Certain Age. It's so fun. I love a good fun book. So nice hearing about all the things they were interested in. You would totally do a movie night if any one of they're talking about sounded interesting. You'd go to 20. Oh, you got to 21%. Nice. Oh, that would be fun, right? Watching the movies that they're talking about. If you like reading letters, you would really enjoy The Correspondent. I don't know if I'd say I like reading letters. Like, these letters are particularly fun to read, and I don't mind an epistolary. Like, epistolaries can be really good, but I don't know that I want to read every epistolary. Your book club is doing The Correspondent. Oh, but you don't think you'll have time to attend. Ah, bummer. I did finish Call Me Ishmael, and you will hear about it in an upcoming video. What were my thoughts on it? What do I still think? I don't know. I feel like I'm still partially processing it. I know, a partridge in a pear tree. Was that cute? Yay, Sue, for finishing your jigsaw. Did you tell us what it was about? Like, what it was of? If you did, remind me, because I definitely don't remember anymore. Shannon made it to 47% of Centennial. Oh, the Mishner one? You're liking the audiobook, maybe 3.5. Yeah, you like it a lot, but won't be a favorite. Yep. I thought it was good. I just thought it was too long. Chicken. Ooh, chicken enchiladas. Red or green sauce? You have 200 pages left in Calamity Club. It's so good. Nice. Both of your sons live in the same small city as you. Never considered walking there. It's about a 5 to 6 minute drive. Okay, he comes by a lot. He came by to mow the lawn. Oh, okay, he came to you. Yeah, well, because I knew they like had to live near because they're like over so often. But I was like, oh wait, you went for a walk? I was putting the going for a walk and talking to him the same thing. No spoilers. Yeah, that was the part that I figured you were at. Where everything gets rocky. Alex, you remember not liking, me not liking Julia. You're prepared to DNF. I mean, it wasn't that bad, but I don't feel like it was any better than 1984. Like, I felt fairly similar about both. You haven't read Julia yet? You just own it? Oh, hopefully it hits better here. Yeah, hopefully you'll like it. I always think that for anyone. Like, hopefully, if I don't like it, you'll like it better. You made it a bit oversized. You made the bottom look like a rock house and the top is like a cabin. Oh, that's so cute. I love that idea. Then you hid little dragons. Oh, that is so cute. I love that. I love that idea. Uh, a painting of a train. Oh, nice. Ooh, that sounds like it would have a lot of little like that it would be tricky. How can you be so productive with uploading videos? You're always behind with watching. I work on videos every single day for the most part. Like I take breaks. Like I stay ahead so that I can take weeks off if I need to. Like I did hardly any video editing anything while visiting my mom. But I do it every morning while I drink coffee. And like I try to keep them shorter so that it's easier to get through in one sitting. But like I edit one day, I review the next, and maybe post that day or the next day. So I'm just constantly working on them. That's how it works for me. I know other people do it in batches. I just don't want to spend all day working on editing a video. Katrina, red sauce, homemade salsa with green tomatoes. You make 3 trays at a time, putting 2 in the freezer and have 1 for supper. That is such a smart idea. I should do that because, yeah, enchiladas do freeze really well, and I like them in a good red sauce. Aw, thank you. You're so kind. Yeah. So I just have a system and I just try and stick to it. And so that's why like you'll hear me mention in my videos that like, oh, all of this actually happened a few weeks ago for me, but like it's happening, you know, today for you guys. But it's because I do that so that then when I don't feel like editing a video, I don't need to. Um yeah. Anyway, let's get back to reading. I'm going to try and go outside while I read the next few letters and see if it won't be too hot for us to move out there. I'm going to take a few letters with us. There's a whole bunch of stuff written on the outside of this envelope, which, by the way, I haven't pointed out that even though these are shaped like regular envelopes and have the opening here, like letter opener was definitely being used because they're all opened on the side. Oh, there's a piece of paper in here. Somebody's letter got torn, but the actual letter is not in here. And let's see, there's names on the back of this. Write and tell about something. Oh, I think multiple people signed the outside of the envelope to him. That's cute. Okay, anyway, I'm going to go sit outside, work my way through this handful of letters, and see if that doesn't make me feel awfully hot. Then I'm going to come back and read for a little bit. Oh, and then I need to get back to cleaning. I've totally forgotten about that altogether. But hopefully it won't be too hot and we'll be able to move outside, but we'll see. All right, let me start the timer. We'll talk more in an hour when the sprint is over. The day is going by fast. I'll see you guys in a bit. Happy sprinting. Hello, welcome back. How'd your sprint go? Mine went well. I did sit outside for a few minutes. It's lovely outside, but everybody is mowing their lawn. So I was like, maybe that's not going to work because maybe it's going to be great weather, but constant lawn mowing. And it has been on and off for quite a while. Oh, I'm out of water. Okay. Anyway, I finished the 50 pages I wanted to read in Uncle Tom's Cabin for today. I will definitely read more, but for now, I'm going to switch more to getting my task done and less to reading. I did read this nice little what am I saying? Stack of letters to my great grandfather. And I'm realizing now that the allergies are finally getting to me because I was like, these are old letters. I'm surprised my allergies aren't bothering me. They are now. They are now. So let me give you the highlight reel. I finished the letter. It was actually from his sister, the one that was this colored that I was talking about. And one of the things that I forgot to mention is in these letters, there have now been 3 different books mentioned, which is really fun to hear. His sister was telling him that she had just finished reading Native Son by this guy, Richard Wright, and that she hadn't heard of it before, and it was surprising. I was like, that's one way to describe it. Since then, he has had Honey, who has come up in 2 or 3 different letters at this point. Um, she has read An American Tragedy by Dreiser, and she, in the last letter, was in the middle of reading Gone with the Wind, which I was like, girl, no, don't, no. Let's see what else. Oh, I had a letter to my great grandfather from Fisk University that was giving him his receipt for paying off the balance of his bill there, which was mainly just his diploma fee, so that he could get his diploma so that they could send it to Columbia University. So that was interesting to hear about. What else happened? There were a couple of different letters from a variety of different people. Oh, yeah. This one was from a friend who he hadn't spoken to in a while, but sounds like he had gone to school with. Seems like there's like a group of 3 of them that were very close. He had a totally different nickname for my great grandfather. And this was the best part, guys. This guy mentions Honey in here, and because she must now be at school near him, and he was like, I had to calm her down the other day because you hadn't written her a letter back. And he was like, she got kind of emotional about it. And it was really interesting because he was like, women get really torn up about like the correspondence. They get very sentimental about it. And he's like, but then he kind of backtracked and was like, I guess it kind of makes sense, which at this time it does, because it's very clear from this that this is their main way of communicating with one another, because they talk about the occasional time that somebody gets a long distance phone call and what a huge deal it is to like everybody. Like everybody's excited about that. Then there was this one that was signed by a whole bunch of people. And I realized that part of that was because, is this the letter? No, it's not the letter. But there's like a time where a couple of people get sick. Oh, and remember how I was like, oh, a piece of letter got ripped. Found the letter. So this one was from, let's see. Who is this? Somebody with not good handwriting. I do remember that. Oh, and they were talking a lot about basketball. Because it seems like they definitely had something going on with the basketball games there. That's all we'll say about that. But they were definitely following the basketball games, and those 2 in particular were just chatting about them. And he was asking, oh, are you still watching them all? I did find a schedule, a handwritten schedule for the basketball games at Fisk. And for the 1932 to 1933 schedule, as well as the scores and that kind of thing. And let's see, there was this nice note that is from someone else. I haven't put them all in order. I'm doing that after I read them, so it's kind of hard to tell like what is going on with some people. Oh, this is from an earlier person that I read about. It was the person who my mom thinks is my great grandmother who was taking the train and went back to Georgia. And in this one, they're talking about how they're getting better. So apparently, they went home because they were sick and they're now getting better. But they were talking about this was so funny. They were talking about how they were gaining some weight and that her mother was like, well, he's just going to have to learn to like fat girls. I was like, no, her mother did not say that to her. And then she's like, and then mom cooked me this dinner. It was a huge meal. It was like, what did she cook? Chicken pot pie, butter beans, lettuce, something else. There was a whole pie. And she was like, sounds like a lot of calories, huh? And I was like, yeah. And then your mother's going to say that to you? Um, and then there was another note from Honey. I now know it's from Honey if, well, it's showing up a brown there, but it's actually green. If the ink is green, it's from Honey. So Honey wrote to him and, sent a program from one of the campus fraternities, because if you forgot, Honey's writing from Fisk every single time, telling about all the juicy gossip of who's breaking up with who and who's getting together. And she was talking about this one girl in here. She was like, yeah, she's still with so and so, but she's seeing this guy on the side because her boyfriend goes to this other university and she seems to be managing them both well. And I was like, okay, there we go. What else was of interest? There were a couple of new friends who showed up in these letters. Some of them definitely seemed like they were from school friends who were like trying to catch up and be like, hey, I haven't heard from you in a while. That seems to be an ongoing theme. But I also feel like dude was getting a lot of letters from a lot of people. And given that that's the main way you're all communicating with each other, that's a lot. Other things of note, there was this State of New York Department of Civil Service. It was talking about the different job postings. There was my great-grandfather's draft letter for 1943. Let's see the date of that, because how'd that work out? June 22nd, 1943. He got an induction letter where he had to show up for his physical. Honey wrote another letter on index cards. And it was fun. On the back of one of them, a whole bunch of people was wishing him well because she mentioned in another letter, I can't believe you're sick. It's almost Christmas time. This is written maybe around the same time as that one. And she mentioned that he might have to get his tonsils out. And so everybody wrote a whole bunch of like little get well notes to him. She wrote all her letter on the front of the index cards. They wrote on the back. And she included a couple of like poems that she had adapted, poems as in nursery rhymes, which makes sense because in one of the other letters I saw from her that also was written in December of the same year, but I had read it first. She mentions, I'll answer some of your questions. And she was like, no, I'm not a poet now. And I'm like, yeah, clearly not. I read the poems you wrote on the back. There was no poetry happening there. And then what was this last one? This last one was written by somebody with horrible cursive. And did I even figure out who it was? No, this is another person. This is the second letter that I've read from them, I believe. And this is a person who is in Illinois who went to California. I still can't read their name, but that's who that's from. So those were the letters that I got through during this sprint. I'm going to pause the timer because I took all the time to say that, but I don't know about you, but I'm enjoying this journey down somebody else's memories lanes. And I could totally see why he kept all these letters. Like this is literally half the correspondence and what they were going on. In fact, this is probably 3/4 of the correspondence because the reoccurring theme is, dude, you haven't written to me. Which I'm like, ooh, naughty, naughty. Anyway, let me go and see how your correspondence went, how your day sprint. That's what I'm trying to say, how your sprint went. And was saying Calamity Club will be nominated for next year's Women Prize for Fiction, at least long list. I could see that just based on who the author is, for sure. Viviana, the translation that you have is Tom Lathrop edition, and it's okay. Your youngest daughter has her Girl Scout vest, and you're thinking of making a pillowcase with them. Oh, that's a cute idea. This is your picture, so you know that you're a real person. I do know you're a real person. You comment too much to be like a bot or like some sort of sketchy person, Viviana. You are a real human being. Kurt's catching up, went to Cookout. What is a farmer's tan? That's not a farmer's tan, wearing a t-shirt and taking it off after gives you a redneck, but you're thinking that's not what you meant now. You're having fun listening to the letters. Good. And Inga's going to be signing off. You're very welcome. I hope you have a great night. Letter's cracking up on how he gets out of bed in the morning. I know. Like that's probably only been the one letter of his that's been referenced that I'm like, I want to know what that one said. Nancy got to 60% in People We Meet on Vacation, 15% in Safekeep, and 4% in Lonesome Dove. How is it 10:30? I have no idea. No clue. No clue. It must have been a good book. True, and true. You're eating the leftover chicken from last night while the other two are eating cauliflower crust pizza. I'd take chicken over that. Katrina got to 32%. Enchiladas are in the freezer. Off to the store to trade your buckets. Thankfully, in your video about container gardening, you noticed the 3.5 gallon is too small. Oh, well, there you go. It helped you out. Hey, Jane, how are you? You're going to be reading What Kind of Paradise? Sounds good. Sue took a quick nap and read a few pages. Excellent. Running with Fish read a chapter and fell asleep. Both the dog and the cat were snuggling with you. Oh, you were enjoying it. 63% of Centennial. Oh, by Fergus Bodwich. That's right. You said that earlier. And then my mind blanked. And I was like, Mishner? 20 pages left in Eating Animals. Nice. Sam vacuumed and got to 70% of All Quiet on the Western Front. Hello, honey. Not the honey from the letters. Different honey. You're quite late joining today. You'll probably be jumping between Howl's Moving Castle and She Who Remains. Sounds good. I am doing well. I'm glad you were able to join. Jolanda got to chapter 40. Nice. Kurt wants to know, Amelia, if that's nonfiction or fiction. And you're thinking the insurance company will reimburse you for a sink for your hands, but not a hot tub. True. Yes, that was for Anne. The book has physical letters. Oh, no, I have physical letters. So since you just joined, and for anybody who's joined since I last showed the box, I went to visit my mother recently. And while I was there, she wanted to know if I wanted this box that was full of letters that were addressed to my great-grandfather. So they had found this box. Here's some that weren't in the box, literally stuffed full of letters that were sent to him over the years that he kept. I'm sorry, my great-grandfather, if I didn't say that correctly. And so I'm going through the letters to see what's in here. They are from what is the earliest one that I said? 37 to, I think they mainly go through the 40s. I have one that's from 2000. That's from my cousin to him. That's her graduation invitation. But I think most of them are the 1930s and late 1930s, early 1940s. And so I'm just sharing some of like the non-personal stuff that they say. Lauren has about 60 pages left of your book, but you have to run and do some grocery shopping and then come back and try to finish the book. Sounds good. Rachel's done dishes and coffee and up to 32%. Yeah, not talking about you, honey. Denise has been listening to music. We'll get back to reading. Yeah, it would make no sense with your life, right? I don't think you dated my great-grandfather. Christy is joined during the sprint. Hello, welcome. Working on your daily reading, and then we'll be reading The Ending Writes Itself. Yeah, they're real letters. Yeah. Amelia has to dig deeper and find more letters. You're totally hooked. Great-grandfather. Yeah, he was totally ghosting honey. Though it semi sounds like he was ghosting everybody. Like he was not the strong corresponder, at least not regularly enough. But again, like I don't think they realized like this is how many letters he was getting. By the way, I know I showed you guys that I had scissors of his. What I didn't show you is that I have 4 pairs of scissors. I'm not even sure. I don't even know that I want to touch the ends of those. Yes. 1940s style ghosting. I'm just going to take a while to respond. I mean, I get it. She was holding up her end of the correspondence very strongly and clearly wasn't getting the hint that I just don't think he was interested. Like I said, it was not my great grandmother. So, oh, you thought it was funny. Loving the letters. Grandma is the inspiration for the song Midnight Train to Georgia. No. Well, Grandma might be the one who's in Georgia, but the one that's writing from Fisk is not great grandma, clearly, because he's, like you said, he's ghosting her. There are also quite a few train references and movie references that people are bringing up. You're enjoying hearing them. I'm loving them as well. I'm glad you guys are enjoying this. Hello, Julia. How are you? Back from work? Made a Moscow Mule. Ooh, nice. And ready to read your book. Mickey finished work and going to head into online coffee date. Fun. Hope the next sprint is great for everyone. You're aiming to get back to reading after the date and you're going to listen to the trial. Sounds good. And Amelia's book is nonfiction. And Beth, hello, just joining, reading Matilda. Excellent. Oh, by Mary Shelley. I haven't heard of that one. Awesome. What's it about? You love hearing about the letters too. He's just not into you. That's so true. Like, Honey's just like, if I just keep writing to him. And it's funny because one of the other letters that came from, I'm pretty sure it was one of his sisters or something like that, was talking about how everybody in the neighborhood was talking about the boys and trying to decide which one of them was the most handsome. And she was like, let's just be honest. So you guys are all really handsome, talking about my great grandfather and his brothers. And I don't think I've seen pictures of his brothers, but he was a very handsome guy. So I could see why they're all like, oh, Kristen just got home from the pool. Your dog's filling you in on how she's been watching you all day. Has she had a good time? Enjoyed the letters? Oh my gosh. That's awesome. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All right. That's the last comment I can see. I am going to go and clean some more because I've totally slacked off on doing that. I'm probably going to put away the hat and fabric that I showed earlier. And yeah, and then I'm going to come back and I'm going to read some more of these letters because you want to know. Like we all want to know like what's going to happen. Like is Honey going to fall off the tracks? Like at some point she's going to disappear from the picture and like I want to know why, what happened. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, before I go off, I'm going to sit here and organize the letters that I've read through and put them by date. And yeah, and then I will see you guys in an hour. The day is going by so fast, so unbelievably fast. You're not sure what Matilda is about either, other than father and daughter. You think it's going to take a very weird turn. Ooh, okay. No. I do know who my great grandmother was. I just don't know if she's going to show up in these letters. And one of the people in the letters, my mom thinks is my great grandmother's nickname. That like she's signing the letter with the nickname that he called her. So I know who my great grandmother was and my grandmother. My grandmother is actually still alive. But yeah, I just don't know if she'll be in any of the letters that I'm reading. Hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, you need and I will be providing it for you. Okay, glad that made sense. All right, I will see you guys when we get back in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back to the Epistolary Show. How did everybody's sprint go? Let me know how things went for you that round. I did get some more cleaning done in my bathroom. Other than the floor, I'm done with that one bathroom. So I'm feeling pretty good about that. And yeah, I spent 15 minutes doing that. And then I came back and spent, I don't know what I was trying to say, the whole rest of the time working through another stack of letters that were written to my great grandfather. Sorry I keep repeating that, but sometimes people join late. So let me go through some of the delightful finds that I found. I did find a letter from Columbia University, which makes sense because if you were here earlier, you know that he had paid off tuition at Fisk so that they'd send a copy of his diploma to Columbia. And it turns out it was because he was applying to the National Youth Administration, which was part of the New Deal that the First Lady worked into the program because she really wanted to focus on helping youth get out of the depression and get jobs. And so they were offering him a job. So I thought that was a really cool situation. The friend that wrote to him from Florida had sent him another letter. And this was talking about just like catching up, different things like that. This is the friend that wrote to him and was like, you might want to write back to Honey because she seems pretty devastated. So this was that same friend. And then in the first letter that I wrote from this friend that I read from this friend in Florida, they signed their name with their nickname. So I was like, well, darn, I wonder who this is. Well, they put their name at the end of this letter. And then I realized that their name was in the top corner of the letter and that they were the dean of the college they were writing from. So I thought that was a pretty cool connection. And they're definitely like, this was written in 1940, so they're definitely a ways out from school because it sounds like they all went to Fisk together. And he's talking about how he'd love to be back in the old room with his bed unmade and that kind of thing. He's married now with kids who are growing like weeds and bad as the devil is how he phrased it, which I thought was hilarious. But it was just fun to hear him reminisce about his school days and how he misses that and to see like kind of, where are they now kind of situation. Then I got another letter that was sent to my great grandfather. And I was reading it, and this one was actually kind of sad initially. So it was sent from St. Paul, Minnesota. And I was surprised by that because I was like, okay, I haven't seen anybody from this area. And they were talking about, and it became clear fairly quickly that they were writing because they were at Fisk. This is in 1934. So this would be when my great grandfather was there, and that he had to go home and he wasn't sure if he was going to be able to make it back for the next semester. He didn't have a job. The price to get back to school was going to be really expensive. And apparently his father was sick and recovering from pneumonia. And so he was at home taking care of his father. And he was talking about how he was really hoping he was going to make it back. In the meantime, asking my great grandfather how the girls, all of them, were doing. And I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure there's more than one female correspondent going on here. And it's interesting because they all referred to them as the femmes, and the girls referred to themselves as your femme. So that was definitely like some little thing that was going on over there. But it was kind of sad because I was like, oh no, I really hope this guy is able to make it back to school and finish school. And then I saw the signature, and it turned out it was from the friend who is in the 40s in Florida and the dean at his college. And I was like, good on you. I don't know how he made it back, but somehow he did. He finished school and he was the dean at another school 10 years or so later. Or 6 years later. So I thought that was really awesome. But as the letters continued, there tended to be more and more jokes about my great grandfather and the many correspondence he had from lady writers. Let's see, what else did I have? This letter, was from his brother. I think this is the second letter that I've read from his brother. And so his brother was talking about playing for an orchestra and how he was hoping that he was going to be able to stay with the group that he's with so long as they continued to get along. He was talking about, them being able to find places to play and how he was getting exhausted because he was having to play out 2 concerts back to back twice a day, one for blacks, one for whites. Segregation. Let's see here. Oh, Honey did write again. No doubt about that. She had a quick little letter full of all the campus drama and everything that was going on. This is in the year that it's weird because during part of this year, my great-grandfather is in school, and part of it, he's in New York City. So I don't totally understand the timeline of that. But she wrote to him about more of the breakups, a couple of the guys who were dating a couple girls, this one girl who had 2 guys who were interested in her, but she felt like if she married the one guy, it would just be out of sympathy. And I was like, ouch. So she was like, yeah, she ended it with him. And everybody felt bad for that guy, but was kind of like, no, that kind of made sense. And then I hit the jackpot. The moment I have been waiting and hoping for, I found a letter from my great-grandfather. So I do have at least one letter in his handwriting, which definitely looks like the Constitution or something. And it was to his mother, which I was like, I don't know how to feel about the fact that you clearly did not send this to her. But it was a hilarious letter. He writes to her in 1930, and he's, talking about how he's having a great time down there. He was playing on one of the teams. Unfortunately, he didn't say which team it was, but he mentions going to Talladega, and he's at Fisk University, and he's talking about how he, in his last letter, had mentioned to her how he was played the second half of the game, but in this one, he started. So he's very happy about that. But he was very sad because he's noticed that all the other boys are getting boxes from home, and he sure would love a box with some cake in it. So he continues to write about other things, filling his mom in on all the goings-ons. He tells her about people from home. He mentions that his plan right now is to come home for Christmas because it's just as expensive to stay down there as it will be for him to come home for Christmas. A couple of people have mentioned the cost of trying to come home or go places. Honey was trying to go to New York to see him at one point, and she was saying that she's been saving all her money, but she's not sure she's going to be able to make the train fare to get there. And then, and he concludes, this is the most hilarious thing. Well, Mom, don't work too hard and don't forget the cake. I don't know that he ever got that cake, given that he never sent the letter, because he was clearly still in possession of it. So I guess that serves him right. You don't write your mama, you don't get no cake. This was really nice handwriting. 1 A++ for being able to read pretty much every single word, even though it was stylized. From somebody who it seems like he maybe just met once and gave them their address, but they must have known people in common because she mentions a couple of people, or he mentions. It's not really clear whether it's a male or a female. I'm guessing it's a female just by the way that the letter is addressed. And then I was just starting to work on a letter that had 2 combined letters, but clearly weren't sent together because one is from January 1937, and the other one is from January 1938. So they were one from his sister and one from his mom. So I think he just put them in the envelope together. And I had read his sister's note. She also was joking about all the women he was writing to and all the women that she hears he is friends with. She talks about playing on the volleyball team, or at least starting to play volleyball, and how like everybody else is a little bit more advanced than she is, but how she's trying to work on improve on that. She talks about a movie that she went to see and just how things are going for her, and how she has a new nickname because they all have nicknames, and how one of their friends has a different nickname because of different things going on in his life, and a couple of people who have shown up in some flashy outfits, but we're still doing the same old gig because they were still tricking people out of their nickels, getting nickels off of people. So that was that round of storytelling. So during the next sprint, I'm going to go back to cleaning the bathroom for 15 minutes. And let me pause the timer. And because we're just going to have longer breaks, because I'm just going to be sharing these stories with you. I'm going to go and clean the bathroom, and then I'm going to come back. I'm going to read some more letters. I'm making decent progress, but I still have this many to go. Let me hold it back there so you can see. So the first letter I'll be reading is what his mother was writing. And his mother had started out, because I did read most of the first page, and was just talking about the weather and how the weather was there. They were supposed to be getting snow, but so far they hadn't, basically just gotten some flurries and not much else. So we'll see what else she has to say to catch up with. And they've mentioned a couple of different cakes, and they all sound good, especially a pineapple cake that was mentioned. No recipes yet. I'm doubting I'll get any, because I can't see why any of these people would send my great-grandfather a recipe, especially while he's in college and definitely not going to be able to cook. But anyway, let's see how you guys did during the sprint, and then we will go back to sprinting. And hi, Black Widow. How are you doing? I hope you're well. 80 to 90s years ago, but guess what? People were still people. You can imagine someone has run across clay tablets from ancient Rome with the same thing. Yeah, totally. Absolutely. And you wonder what your grandma thinks about honey? I know. I wish she was still alive and I could ask. Because, and remember, this is my great-grandparents. Because I guarantee you she would have had some thoughts, and I can almost promise you that they all knew each other, because I think my great-grandparents went to the same college, but it's clear even from these correspondences that even the people who weren't in school at the same time, like, they all know of each other and they run in the same circles. Amelia read Matilda last year and found it very feminist and modern for its time. The second half was dragging a bit, though, in your opinion. Fair. I don't know if Alex is still around, but I'll let her know that you want to know what she liked about Angel Down. I know she said that the writing style she really enjoyed and wasn't bothering her, so I'm excited to hear what she has to say, too. Mary finished The Death of Ivan Illich, 4 stars. He liked it. Still stymied. It's still a surprise. It's from 1860. Yeah. Angel Down is next for Anne. Nice. Mary Next as a Man Thinketh by James Allen. And the updated version, As You Think, it says by James Allen, but you're not so sure that is correct. Okay, you'll have to investigate the dates. Mickey, coffee date went well. Yay, fun. Your friend and you have an Instagram account and Facebook that provides information about local free or low-cost stuff, food banks, box food deliveries. Oh, so is that how you did the coffee date? Things like breast milk donations and activities for people of all ages. That's fun. Is that for, like, just in your area or, like, things in general? Now to reading The Trial, which feels significantly less hopeful. Oh no. Britta watched booktube videos during the last sprint. No reading done, but tons of books added to the TBR. Well, there you go. It was still book related, right? Jeannie just finished cooking roast chicken, butternut squash, and corn on the cob for the fam. You're about to eat. Yes. Enjoyed the sprints. Excellent. Nice having you here. 33 pages of Matilda. Jade napped and read another chapter in Agatha. Senior lesbian couple. Son wants to put Alzheimer mom in care home over the objections of partner. That is tense. Honey, found yourself doom scrolling instead of continuing Howl's Moving Castle, so you took that as a sign to switch books. Yeah, I've been there before where I'm like, maybe I'm not enjoying this as much as I think. Sam made it to 80%, strolling at the gym. Sounds good. Talanda got to chapter 52 of your audiobook. The letters are so good, such history. Yeah, they really are. And I am literally just sharing parts of them, like not even all the highlights, let alone all the things. Sue got your daughter's cat to eat some, not a lot, but it's a start. Yay. Yay. Hey, at least that means potentially no vet visit and hopefully It'll get things working. Denise read 4% and visited with your granddaughter. Nice. Honey, do you think this was almost 100 years ago, right? I know. It's so fun. Christy almost finished your daily Bible reading. Half a chapter to go. Nice. Rachel, the epistolary show, yeah, decided to switch books. Took you a while to decide. Daughters of Smoke and Fire, Kurdish author set in Iran. Nice. 70% of Centennial. Shannon, you're doing great. Reese finished A Witch's Guide to Magical Innkeeping. Liked it for the most part, but then the story took a turn towards the end that you really didn't like. Oh, I hate when a book has a disappointing ending because you've like worked so hard to get there, right? You may finish the next sprint. Awesome. Yeah, that generation did not need social media. Like we're reading their social media posts. Oh my gosh, can you imagine like the next generation reading our social media post? How how crazy would that be? Britta, maybe he did send the letter to his mother. People back then did often write a draft. I did think that also. That is a good point. I should give him some credit. Because the one thing that did make me wonder that is that it is slanted. Like you can't quite tell, but there is like that whole first paragraph is slanted. So I do wonder if he would have rewrote it. Like I don't know if he would have kept a copy because I don't see other copies, but he could have rewritten it because she does mention getting letters from him. And I mean, he seemed pretty motivated to get the cake. Viviana has a vintage purse from the 1950s that was your aunt's on your mother's side. That's fun. Perhaps he thought better of insisting on the cake and he wrote a second letter that was more so hinting about cake. I love these series. Go to switch books to Mortal Queens. Nice. Lisa, you've had the best time listening to your epistolary escapades. I have too. Kurt, you just missed the chatty part, but you finished your short story collection. Nice. How was it? You hope she puts out a novel. Generally don't like short story format. I find it exhausting, but I get it. Like I think some can be really good, but I find it exhausting to go through. Kristen picked up Crime and Punishment again. 25 pages left for the day. Maybe next sprint. Finished Alone with You in the Ether. Nice. And you really liked it. You two are motivated to get some cake. Yeah, exactly. Because the sister in her last letter, not the one that I just read, but an earlier one that I read, was like, Mom's sitting here making pineapple cake. So I'm like, And he does seem to indicate that like other people's parents are sending them boxed pies. So he was like, sure would be nice to get a cake in the mail. Hint, hint. Oh, yeah. Stop talking about cake. Are you suddenly wanting cake as well, Amelia? Well, lucky for you, it's time to go into our next sprint. So we're going to do that. I'm going to turn off this light over here because, wow, it's a little hot. And yeah, I guess I'm going to go back to cleaning the bathroom. Do that for another 15 minutes. Then I'm going to come back and read some more. So I have, some more to tell you about in the next epistolary hour. Let's see. Do we have anything fun coming up? We have a junior meteorologist application. Oh, looks like we probably have more letters from Honey. There's a special delivery. What else do we have? Ooh, Department of Recreation. And ooh, somebody from Philadelphia. I haven't seen that one yet. Ooh, and this one is super thick. Oh, also another neat thing that my great grandfather mentioned in his letter, the one to his mom, was that they had just dedicated the library at Fisk. And so he had talked a little bit about going to that ceremony. So that was cool. All right, I'm going to go and clean, and then I'm going to come back and read some more letters. And I have a little chocolate here, and I'm probably going to eat another piece of that as well. And I will see you guys back in a bit. Well, I'll see you guys in an hour. I'll be back before then to sit down and read some more. All right, I'll see you in a bit. Hello and welcome back. How did the sprint go for everybody? Mine went well. I realized I didn't need to clean my other bathroom, so I did the dishes instead. And then I sat down and I've spent the rest of the time reading some more letters to my great grandfather. And I made it through quite a few. So let me give you the highlight reel and let you know what's what. And the fun part of this is I'm starting to figure out, like, based just on the postal stamp and what city the letter is coming from, who it's most likely to be. So that's kind of a fun part. So this was the letter combination that was from his sister and his mother, and I realized what happened. One of them put the wrong year because the letter was sent in January, and it was sent on the same exact date. And I was like, what are the chances that they're both going to send him a letter on the same exact date, 1 year apart? And I was like, somebody wrote the year wrong. So it's post-stamped 1938. So his sister was still in 1937, which I've done that before, so I get. His mother was writing, just talking about general news and how the weather was, but she also mentioned, and I thought this was an interesting historical fact, that it was at the point where they were waiting to see if the anti-lynching bill would get passed. And I looked that up, and that was something that was on the floor in Congress to potentially be passed. There was a filibuster that lasted a month, so it makes sense that she's writing about that now. And she was like, do you think it'll pass? Because if so, we should all go out and celebrate. Sadly, no, it did not pass. They agreed to put it aside, and it took until 2022 for the Emmett Till Act to pass to actually outlaw lynching. So almost 100 years, which is sad, to say the least. But interesting to see real time those historical events playing out. We have some green letter writing, which means we have another letter from Honey. She was up to her usual stuff. I don't think there was anything unusual going on in her letters other than that she put it on official university letterhead, which I thought that was cool to see. And yeah, I think it was just her usual thing, just like, hey, she apparently had hosted my great grandfather's sister. So his sister must have come to the school, I'm guessing, to check it out and see if she wanted to go there. I still have those little pay stubs, nothing new with that. And then what else did I have? I had a really thick letter that was super long and from another new person. And there were two letters in here. One was from February and one was from January. And I don't know what happened, but it wasn't good. There was a dance. She wanted him to invite her. She, for some reason, didn't think he was going to. Then she didn't think he was going to the dance at all. So she went to the dance without him. And I don't think she went with somebody, though somebody else did ask her to the dance. But she went to the dance. And it sounds like he found out she went to the dance. And now she's afraid that he's really mad at her. She's written him 2 letters. She's hoping to hear back. This whole drama has made her realize how much she's actually in love with him. And she's not even sure if he feels the same way, but she's like really in it to win it, and just writes these 2 sweet letters being like, if there's anything that I can do to make amends, let me know. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize how much our relationship meant to me until this happened. College drama, guys. College drama. That one actually may have been my great grandmother, because looking at the name that is clearly a nickname, I'm like, oh, that would fit. There was another letter from his mother. This one was really hard to read because it was in pencil and it's starting to fade. But from what I can tell, there wasn't any really important news in here. Though it was funny because at the very end, the writing changes because a friend of his wrote to him, and his friend was reading King Solomon's Mind and was writing an essay and was going to include a copy of the essay in with the letter, but hadn't finished the essay in time. And so that was fun. And I was like, darn, that would have been fun to read. I got a typed letter, which I was not expecting. Ta-da! And this was pretty funny. It was typed the top half from a friend who also has their nickname listed. And it's funny to find them mentioned by other friends in other letters. And so he was just like saying, hey, I just wanted to write to you, catching up. But at the bottom of the letter, there's an extra little note that is apparently from the person who's like, because I'm apparently now this guy's secretary. Because apparently he typed it up for him. He was like, I decided I'm also going to add my 2 cents. And so, so he adds a little bit in there about how like he's trying to lose weight and he's been pretty successful about it, but their other friend hasn't lost any weight yet. A couple of them are rather focused on their weight. But I just thought that was funny that he was like, well, since I'm typing this and there's space left. What else did we get? We got a nice letter. Oh, this one was really sad, guys. So I got this letter here that is from a friend that I'm pretty sure he's received a letter from before, or that had been mentioned in somebody else's letter because the name was familiar. And it was sad because it just starts out as in like I guess I've done it now. And it's very clear that this person is in trouble and maybe going to be jailed for a few days. It doesn't seem like permanently, but he's writing to my great-grandfather to tell him, hey, let this girl know that I'm not going to make it to, this planned date or arrangement or something. And it was sad how he worded it. He's like, just tell her that I had to go out of town suddenly or something like that, kind of basically cover for me. And then also let my mom know that everything's okay. I'll be all right. And I'll be home by Sunday morning to have breakfast with her. And I was like, what happened? Let's see. Oh, civil service examination if you wanted to be a junior meteorologist at $2,000 a year. It listed the details about that job. There was another letter from another friend who gave a nickname, which I swear, like the nickname or something has been mentioned before. They didn't have that much to say. They talked a lot about basketball at school because I did figure out my great-grandfather was on the basketball team. And yeah, they just went on and on in their horrible cursive. Let's see. This one was from, another quick note from his brother. And his brother had sent some money to him for Thanksgiving so that he could have a nice Thanksgiving meal and wanted to make sure he was okay and said if that wasn't enough to let him know and he'd send him some more. So his brother, while he was in New York at this time, it seems like his brother was in Albany. I did find a employee ID. That's what that was. And then also a letter from the Department of Recreation letting him know of some jobs that were available. So certainly since you're in and trying to come out of the depression, there's a lot of discussion about work and looking for jobs and hoping that people's works and jobs are working out. And then this was a letter. Oh, I did figure out that not this, but there's a certain size paper and that paper is always from the young lady who's in Georgia. This one is from a different person. Another friend who had to go home and was writing to say, I guess I'm going to be home for a while. It turns out mother's having to have an operation and I'm the only one who can stay here and help her. So really interesting to see like all the disruptions. Oh, here's the paper that has like a little symbol in the corner. That is from the person who is in Georgia. At this point, she was talking about how she'd only been out of the house a couple of times. People were coming to see her. She mentions again how she's trying to lose weight, but her mother keeps feeding her and that it's just not working out. I don't think this one didn't have an envelope and is not dated. So I don't know where it falls in their correspondence. This one is actually on the letterhead of this hotel, which is the Coronado Hotel in St. Louis, Missouri. I don't know if it still exists, but apparently he must have had a friend who was working there, living there. I don't know. He didn't really explain, but this was a friend from home who finally wrote to him after a while just to say, "Hi, what's up? Sounds like you're having a blast down there at school. Miss you. When are you coming back into town?" And then let's see. This is another one from the young lady in Georgia. And what went on in this letter? She went to Atlanta. There was some letter. What happened in it? There was some letter, I think maybe from the girl in Georgia. I might have that detail wrong because I don't feel like I stumbled across the letter again. But she had gone home. Oh, that was the one that was like on the lined paper that I said may or may not be from my great grandmother. But that young lady had gone home from school, like had left Fisk and gone home for a while because she said the doctor said that I had a nervous breakdown. And then she said, and I also had the flu. And I was like, I don't know about that first diagnosis. But anyway, she was talking about how like she was all nervous and just all a mess and was afraid that she was going to miss more school and have to stay home longer because she hadn't written sooner because she wasn't feeling physically well enough to do so yet, but that she was finally had gotten better. And the first thing she wanted to do was to write him. So then she was including in all of that, like the whole like dramatic drama going on with my great grandfather and how she loved him and hopes she hasn't made a mess of the situation. So much going on there. So this is my last little stack of letters. I will definitely be able to get through them in this next sprint. But I'm first probably going to go and say hi to my hubby who just came back home and see what he's up to while seeing if there's anything else I have to clean or do before I finish up. All right, let me see how you guys did in your sprint. Thankfully, this was a long chatty break because there were all long chatty breaks today. But it doesn't seem like you guys mind. You seem like you're having as much fun with these letters as I am. Maybe not as much fun, but you're close to having as much fun as I am. Let's see. Where did I leave off? Okay. Oh, yeah. We were talking about cake. Oh, you can't imagine a pie surviving today's mail. Yeah, same. No way. I mean, that's just how much like the whole mail and mailing system has changed, right? Kurt, by the time you get invested, it ends. It seldom has time to touch on interesting discussions. This was your book that you were reading. Mary finished As a Man Thinketh, 4 stars. Passing on the Other, it's a modern update and you see no need for it. Thinketh was beautifully done. Nice. Britta, a little reading, and then it will be bedtime. You're very welcome. And Dina has been at a barbecue. Hopefully you'll be back reading your book soon. Sounds good. I hope your barbecue's going well. And Katrina, short break, ran your errands, went to a grad party, dumped a 50-pound bag of pine shavings under the quail. Your heart needs a break. That sounds like a busy day. Mickey, the poster either local, Southwestern, Ontario, or Ontario. Okay, we try to keep it local, but we could expand in the future. That sounds fun. That sounds like a cool, you said it was a blog, right? A blog post? Lisa, a few famous Fisk alum, W.E.B. Du Bois, Ida B. Wells, John Lewis, Nella Larson, and Nikki Giovanni. And Amelia continued reading Straight from the Horse's Mouth by Miriam Lau. Shannon finished your book. Excellent. Way to finish. Next up is Who's Afraid of Christian Nationalism? All your books have a political leaning since that is where your master's degree is focused. Makes sense. Kurt, letters Q. How are the nicknames? It seems to you that old nicknames are sometimes clever and funny, like Shoeless Joe and Dizzy Dean. Oh yeah, they're definitely that kind of nickname. Like there's Tubby, Chappy. Like what were some of the other ones? I don't know. Those are the two that come to mind. So it's they're all like they're not like Pam instead of Pamela. That's a good point, Kurt. Teresa just got back home and you're going to go out to read for a while. That's breast milk donation. What were we saying about that? Is that a thing? Yes, it is. Actually, there's sterile ways of collecting breast milk. Yep. You would think it would be banned for health reasons. Absolutely not. Living in a dairy country, even with cows cross species, there are so many regulations, so you can't imagine. There's also a way to process breast milk, is the other thing. So, yeah, no, it's totally a thing. And sadly, a lot of people don't know about that. But yeah, there are breast milk banks. Teresa is reading A Stormy Petrel by Mary Stewart. Not her best, but you find all her books comforting. It's a reread for you. Nice. Chris has been thinking of influential books a la Tom's Cabin. What is it about those types of books that hit a nerve, made such a lasting impression where others have failed? Yeah, that's a good question. And I mean, sometimes it might just be the timing. Like Uncle Tom's Cabin, from the little bit I've read, like even within the narrative, you can see she's trying to change people's minds and hearts. And she's like making them think about this issue and really challenging it. So my guess would be the direct challenge that is in this book is part of maybe what did it. I don't know. And timing. Kurt, and less trivia, storm petrels, pelagic birds, seldom on land. They dance on the water to stir up prey. Looks like they are walking on water, like Peter did in the Bible after the storm, hence the name. Oh, interesting. Petrels, pelagic birds. Okay. Teresa was saying to Kurt, you don't think they are crossing any species. Yeah, no. Interesting about the petrels. The book has a lot of bird watching in it. Nice. Misunderstood. Diseases across species are rare, but still it is heavily regulated. So human to human, where spread is much more likely, you think is a no-no. Again, they basically you can not sanitize. What is it called? Pasteurize, I believe, is what it goes through. So, I mean, think about it. Like we share blood. So after sharing blood, I'm pretty sure sharing breast milk is like steps down. But yeah, it can totally be done. I mean, you share blood, you share plasma, you share bones, you share bone marrow, share hearts and kidneys. Katrina, car unloaded, beans and chicken fed in buckets, feed in buckets rather. Need another heartbreak. Yeah, you're doing some heavy lifting, literally. Kristen, only 5 pages left in part 5 of Crime and Punishment. You're ready to move on to something else? That was the worst part of the book. So I totally feel you. You can do those last 5 pages, so do it. Denise ate dinner, then went outside to read. Your son called, only got 1% further. Well, you're still making good progress. Jay read some of The Shroud. Nobody does aliens like Tchaikovsky. The whole alien biome is fantastic. Ooh, sounds good. Amelia, how are you supposed to go to bed before you went through all the letters? Oh my gosh. Yeah, we can always come back and like watch the recording. It'll be in there. It'll probably like the next chat will probably be the last one where I talk about the letters. Or at least like what was in them. Christy, going to get some Ritas. Ooh, yum. Not sure if you'll be back. Have a great week if you're not. Oh, I'm glad you loved the letters. Where should you start with Tchaikovsky? I started with Children of Time, and I was really happy with that. And I have no intention of going on with this series, Kurt. And my understanding is that the series aren't so connected that you have to read one right after the next because they're not dealing with the same people. Sam nearly finished with All Quiet on the Western Front, and you'll finish next sprint. Nice. Shannon made it to page 13 of your book. Very nice. Oh, that's a good point. If he prefers sci-fi or fantasy. Sci-fi that invites discussion or non-European fantasy. I still say Children of Time. But I'm sure that Jay will have many more suggestions. And sprayed more biofreeze. The cats disappeared. Now you know you have a special cat spray. And if you don't like the spray, Anne, if you feel like the spray goes too many places, there is a roll-on as well. Jay Tchaikovsky is a white British dude and doesn't pretend otherwise, but definitely tackles colonialism in a sharp way. All his books are chock full of ideas to stimulate the brain box. I would agree on that. You wonder if it works on mice or deer. You'll need to spray it in your garden. I don't know how your plants would like that, but I don't think the deer would either. Rachel switched to Nothing Tastes as Good. Definitely the mood you're in for, enjoying the writing, crazy prologue, nice. Your new self-defense weapon. Yeah, true. No, that stuff, if you spray it and it's not even, it's in the room, like it makes my eyes hurt. You don't even have to spray it in the eyes. You think Shroud is a good place as any to start. If you want some amazing fantasy, try the Tyrant Philosophers series, but that's a chunky series while Shroud is a standalone. Oh, that's a good way to go. What's the first book in the Tyrant Philosophers series? Is that, yeah. It smells like menthol. I agree, Anne. It does. You don't care what it smells like as long as it works. Is it working? I love Biofreeze. I think it's amazing. Children of Time might be more accessible if you don't read like hard sci-fi. You think Shroud leans into the hard sci-fi space, though the only math has been the Fibonacci series as a form of communication. Oh, that makes sense. Aries still hasn't gotten around to Children of Time, but it's probably where you're going to start reading his work. Do you read much sci-fi? Kurt says thanks. Anne says technically there is no medical diagnosis as a nervous breakdown. Exactly. That's why I was like, yeah, that's definitely not what happened. And then she immediately followed it with she had the flu. So I'm like, and you were probably getting sick with it right before you had it. Oh, because that was another interesting detail that came up, not in that letter, but a different letter, which is probably written around the same time as that, which was there was 1 year where they had, guess which year, a really bad flu outbreak. And they were like, yeah, we kind of had our own little flu pandemic here. And like it got so bad that the authorities started to become involved because they were concerned about it spreading. And she was talking about, and I'm pretty sure this was Honey, was talking about how many people were sick and still in bed, but that they were finally getting it under control on campus. Katrina's loving listening to the letters. Kendall recently read The Warmth of Other Suns, and the parallels with these letters are filled with so much historical significance. Yes, absolutely. I haven't read that book yet, but I was thinking about it, especially because some of the letters are from St. Louis. One of them was from Detroit, talking about all the opportunities there. And then you have the ones that are in Tennessee and in Georgia. And the difference is very distinct and interesting to hear. Katrina is sure it was mentioned, but people used to mail their small children. Oh my gosh, yeah. I can't even imagine. On Instagram and Facebook. Cool. What? Yep, you've read about the kids' wild idea. Is that like being able to mail a potato without packaging? Yeah, basically. If you like that idea, there is a short book, rather dry, sadly, given the topic, called, I think, The Man Who Mailed Everything or something like that. And this guy was in England, and he wanted to test the extent to what the post office would actually mail. He was brilliant and creative. Sadly, the way the book was written was like more on the academic kind of dry side. Like it's a slim, glossy hardcover book that really should have been funny, because the man at one point is like mailing live things or mailing postcards and like send it here with an arrow. And his stuff was arriving. So, but the book was not written. The author was not humorous, which was sad. And it's a true story. Like he's documenting what the guy did. Sam, your real estate agent, goes by Chappie. That's so funny. Is he really old? The breast milk is tested. Yep. Peaceful William and his son, Little PW. You don't read nearly as much sci-fi as fantasy. It's maybe your second or third most read genre. Oh, that's not too bad, though. I think you'll enjoy Children of Time. Same. Sharing blood is not done through a donation box on a Facebook page. I don't think that's what they were talking about. Like, there's donation places to take the breast milk to. I thought that's what they were talking about. And that's how it's tested. Diana should have said we have some names that are different to say the least. Yeah. Jay, you think there are probably some subtleties in the whole breast milk thing that isn't covered in the brief post? Sounds like our research subject for you tonight. Yeah. Marigolds and lavender help deter deer. Yes, I have heard that. But we also have rabbits that like to eat marigolds. So it just feels like a circle of life that I would be doing if I tried that. But I've heard lavender and I do want to plant some lavender. When Kurt was asking about where to start with Tchaikovsky, you were very close to say with the symphonies. Amelia. Oh my gosh, that's funny. And you may ask Neely to find the roll-on so you don't offend your daughter. Yeah, yeah. It's. I feel like the spray is easier to layer, but the roll-on is like less in the air. The only one I would not recommend is they do also sell the gel, but unless you want to numb all of your hands, which you might, but unless you want to rub all of your numb all of your hands and fingers, the gel gets everywhere, like including other parts of your body if you don't wash your hands stupidly well or wear gloves when using it. So I do the roll on or the spray. Katrina, and when you brush your hair, take the strands out of the brush and put that in the garden. Oh, really? Oh, for the birds? You were listening to Tchaikovsky this morning. City of Last Chance is the first in the Tyrant Philosophers. Oh, that's one that I want to read. Awesome. Okay, each can be read as a standalone with only a couple of characters carrying through, but radically different setting perspectives. Awesome. He's great, isn't he? There was the great flu pandemic of 1918. Yep. There is no nervous breakdown diagnosis now, but women used to get diagnosed with hysteria quite frequently and even got institutionalized for it. I know. I was thinking that, and I was like, oh gosh. I was hoping that wasn't where that was going, and I don't think it did. You were told to go to the zoo to see if you can get lion feces. That would keep a lot of things away. Steve Last Chances has a beautiful cover. I agree. The prose is as lush as the cover. Ooh, nice. You would not do that. Cat feces is toxic. You can't imagine lion feces being better. Look into it before attempting that. But you would love to see the zookeeper's face if you asked. I'm sure someone has asked them. You know it. You can buy various predator urines for the same purpose. That's true. I always see fox urine. The smell of human hair scares deer. Oh. Weird. Strange, but makes sense. You put tea bags in the soil next to your roses or coffee grounds. Oh, does that help deter them too? And the coffee grounds are good for your plants, right? Anyway, all right, let's go into our next sprint. It is 8 o'clock almost. So this will be our last sprint, which is kind of surprising, but I guess we've had longer chatty bits so that I could share all the highlights of these crazy letters. So I'm going to see what's happening in the last section during this sprint. I will come back and I will update you one last time. Maybe I'll also try on some paper and see if these scissors work. What kind of scissors would these be? And like, no two are the same. Like, do you see these? Are these? What are you taking out? What are you? Are these letter openers? Is that the idea? I don't know. Anyway, let's go into the sprint. I'll see you when we get back in an hour. Enjoy the last sprint, get stuff done, and I'll see you in a bit. Hello and welcome back. Let me know how your day went of sprinting. That was our last sprint. Mine went well. I talked to hubby for a little bit and then I came back and read the last stack of letters that were sent to my great grandfather. Now, is that all the correspondence he ever received? I highly doubt it, based on everything that I have learned today, which I feel like is a lot. Um, yeah, because just consider the little tiny bit I've shared with you guys is probably the equivalent of information from like two sentences in each letter. But let's go through and I'll share with you some of the fun stuff that came up in these letters. So we have another letter from the friend here in Georgia. And yeah, I have definitely pieced some final things together in this last part. She was looking forward to going and visiting my great grandfather in New York City. She's continued to talk about her time with her mom and how she spent the day in this case just like cooking at home, doing house stuff. Her mom's trying to force her to eat some more food. That poor girl. That seems to be her whole time. There was this interesting letter that had no envelope, but was from a friend of my grandfather's. And this person is at Fisk, but is writing at a time when my grandfather is no longer there. It's kind of hard to figure out where my grandfather was. So I don't know if my great grandfather was. I don't know if he started out at Fisk and then ended up leaving and coming back and then going somewhere else. It's a little confusing to try and follow. But this was an interesting letter because it seems like there was a bit of a controversy.